जी जी। नहीं एक्चुअली अभी क्या है, अभी हम लोग को ये बैकग्राउंड दिख रहा है ना, तो जो स्क्रीन में जो वीडियो चल रही है वो नहीं दिख रही जी। नहीं मैं कुछ करने वाला ही नहीं हूँ इसमें कुछ। मैं ये बोल रहा था
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के चकमक। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं।
हेलो बर्मन सर।
डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwari University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never
हाँ जी सर,
tire
तुम्हारा आवाज
until
बिल्कुल
you
नहीं
run
आता।
अगर
out.
करना है तो अदरवाइज अभी
Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort.
ऑलरेडी
A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwari University. Discover you. World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के चकमक। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwari University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwari University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life. जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwari University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwari University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life. जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you. World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life. जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की ज़मीन बनानी है। मौक़ों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज़ हूँ और खुद अपना जहाज़ी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you. World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs. 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की ज़मीन बनानी है। मौक़ों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज़ हूँ और खुद अपना जहाज़ी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find
Good
rooms
morning,
for comfort.
Rakesh sir.
Good morning,
Prof.
Health,
A
health is
placement
okay.
cell that nurtures and
Yes,
makes
sir.
you
Now
future
I am
ready.
feeling well.
I am knowing that
Classrooms
there is a
that
third
have
or
its
fourth
arms
day,
open
so
for
you
you.
might get weakness and other
A
symptoms.
faculty who is your friend,
Yeah.
philosopher,
Yeah,
and a
right,
guide.
so
That was good.
I have
A campus
Yeah, thank
that
you,
is
thank you
nothing
very much.
less than a home for you.
Burman sir, you are requested to stop these videos and
A university
immediately
that will
shift
always
to
be
that,
focused
Google
on your
Meet,
development, your
web
growth,
page.
and your success. Feel the positivity.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Good morning,
Yeah, and
Bharati sir.
stop.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
आप you stop this presenting screen.
Okay.
Good morning, Baldana sir.
Yeah, good morning, Praful sir.
Yeah.
Yes, Ankita ma'am, shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm ready.
Please.
Okay. So, a very good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Ankita Goswami, Assistant Professor in Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University. Welcome you all. In these difficult times, I hope everybody is safe and doing well. I have learned that even in the most difficult times, there is always something to be grateful for. No matter how bad things are, there is always hope. So, with that quote, I would like to welcome you all once again to the inaugural session of Gujkot's sponsored International 2 Days webinar on advancements in 3D printing technologies in pharmaceuticals and healthcare, the current status and the future opportunities, organized by the Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University. 3D printing is the most advanced and emerging field of technology. It is so versatile that its uses range from construction to biomedical engineering. It's not very far in the future that we will see 3D printed personalized medicines in our houses, 3D printed tissues for testing of drugs, and 3D printed organs, etc. I hope that this webinar brings you a wonder-filled, enriched experience for the next 2 days. We would like to acknowledge again and thank Guj Coast for sponsoring this webinar. So let us start the event with the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the bestower of knowledge.
Ramesh sir?
Yes, I'm presenting.
Yeah.
In our houses, 3D printed tissues for testing of drugs and 3D
Yes, sir. It's continue, sir. It's audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
इस अज्ञान को दधि से इस अज्ञान को दधि से पीड़ा वाले तार दे तार दे तार दे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे.
Okay.
Over to you,
Thank-
Ankita, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the prayer, sir. Now, moving forward, I would like to request Dr. Lalji Baldania, the convener of this webinar and the principal of Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University, to please come forward and address the audience. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. A very warm good morning to one and all. On behalf of Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University, it's an honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Praful Bharadia, sir, the chief guest of today's event, dignitaries and invited guests on virtual dais, and heartily welcome to all dear participants. I also welcome officials from the Kuch Coast and very much thankful to them for sponsoring this event, international webinar on advanced in the 3D printing technologies in pharmaceuticals and healthcare, current status and future opportunities. I am happy to share with all of you that we got a total of 455 registration across the nation. So it is my pleasure to introduce the Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University. The Marwadi Education Foundation group of institutions was established in year 2009, while the inception year of the Faculty of Pharmacy is 2018. So presently we offer B Pharmacy in pharmacy program approved by Pharmacy Council of India with the vision to make one of the best pharmacy institute not just in this region but also in India to prepare the upcoming generation of highly skilled pharmaceutical healthcare professionals for the nation. We also provide them ample opportunities to gain hands-on training and interact with the experts from the pharma industries and research institute. We are committed to delivering the best learning facilities and the environment to the students. It's our best practice to teach the regular curriculum as well as such advanced and cutting edge technologies and novel paradigm. I invite you all to travel with us towards a very illuminated future. I'm thankful to all resource person for accepting our invitation and gracing this event for 2 days. Wish you all very happy, healthy, and keep continuous learning. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing with us. Now we would like to welcome, we are very happy to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Praful Bharadia, Professor of M.Pharm and PharmD in LM College of Pharmacy, Ahmedabad. Dr. Bharadia is a professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics at LM College of Pharmacy and has a rich experience of over 30 years and is an expert in the field of pharmaceutics, having more than 100 publications in various national and international journals. Sir has also filed 9 patents, out of which 2 have already been granted. Sir has also received many awards and grants from various national organizations. And currently, Sir is also the Honorable Secretary of the Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Gujarat State Branch, and the State Coordinator of APTI. We are honored to have you with us today, Sir. I would like to request you to please come forward and share a few words with us.
Sir, please unmute.
Thank you, Ankita, for your nice words of introduction. It is indeed a pleasure to be with all of you. And I thank Dr. Lalji Baldania, who has been a great friend also, to invite me to grace this occasion. And yes, indeed, it has been known that Marwadi University is one of the fastest growing institutions, not just in the campus, but in the country also. So you deserve appreciation for developing this pharmacy institution from the grassroots level. With your rich experience and expertise, I definitely feel you'll take this institute to great heights. Yes, it is also heartening to know that Gujarat has funded and financed this international webinar. So it's nice that during even these COVID times, we are witnessing so many exchanges of intellectual information. That's one of the best things which has happened in this time. Earlier, we used to know that whenever seminars and conferences were organized, people had to travel from home to the place of the conference. Now, this whole virtual world has made us so close that even sitting at anywhere across the globe, we can attend these webinars and enrich ourselves. So, frankly speaking, a lot of enrichment has also taken place. So we are very thankful to the technological inputs which has helped us in this process of educating ourselves and increasing our knowledge base. The topic which has been chosen today of 3D printing and its applications and challenges, it's very apt because during the last year when COVID has come in, we have seen tremendous increase in research activities. And it's needless to say that one of the largest sectors which has contributed is the pharma sector in the COVID times, relentlessly everybody has worked. Industries, in spite of so many challenges, the industries have tried to ensure that quality medicines are available to each and every patient. It's absolutely challenging and mind-boggling. But yes, the pharma industry has delivered this, and we really appreciate our colleagues in the pharma profession who have been able to take up this challenge. Not just the manufacturers, the distributors, the whole chain is there. And because of that, today we see that there's a lot of respite and people are getting the medicines which they want, except a few common issues which recently we see. Otherwise, things have been very nicely dealt with. So it's a very promising situation in which we are. Looking at the current technology which is there, 3D printing, yes, any new technology which comes it with its own challenges. And there is always a time frame which the regulatory framework would take to accept that technology to be commercialized. A few challenges or a few concepts which usually is taken by the regulators also when such technologies are being propagated and developed is that it has to be safe, it has to be effective, it has to be scalable, and it has to be affordable. These are certain challenges or basic things which any new technology has to address. Once these issues are addressed, then the technology is commercialized in a better way and it reaches the industries. Therefore, looking at the plethora of learned speakers available today who are going to enrich the participants of the program, I definitely feel that the participants will really, after the end of this program, will really be knowledgeable as far as what are the inputs for the 3D printing processes, what are the technologies and techniques available, and where they could use these technologies. And I would like also to share this over here that I know 3D printing technologies may not be available with all institutions, but there are certain common grounds where people having 3D printers are ready to help. Therefore, even if you do not have a 3D printer in your institution, but you are having an idea of doing some 3D printing projects, you can definitely take help. That is something which that message I would like to give to all the participants of this program, that don't feel that you need a 3D printer in your institution. There are common grounds, common institutions, common companies who are ready to help. You just go to them with their idea, they will get the 3D printed product developed for you, and then you can test it and go ahead. So I know there's one very intelligent senior person available over here, Dr. Ragin Shah, and I know he has done so many workshops on 3D printing. He carries the machine everywhere and he gives demonstration of the products, so that zeal is there, among those who have this expertise and those who are already working with this technology. They want to share their expertise. They want to make the researchers feel comfortable that come, this is easy, let's do it, and you develop your ideas. So that's the common ground on which we all researchers are working. So I hope that is going to be very, very interesting for all of you today. We also have experts across the globe who are going to address the new applications and what is being done on the area of 3D printing. I'll not go into that details because we would like to hear that from the experts. One thing I would definitely like to say, since our journey of the student startup and innovation policy, which was established by the government of Gujarat in 2017, and the Atal Incubation Center at LM College of Pharmacy, what we have seen and what we have witnessed is that there are so many young entrepreneurs and they are coming up with innovative technologies, really innovative technologies. So what we try also to do in many of these programs is that inviting guests for an inaugural is fine, but we also invite such young entrepreneurs to share the stage because they are the future. They are going to take everything ahead. So it's my humble request to all the senior people over here that whenever you have a program which you're organizing, please call a couple of youngsters who have done some really valuable work. Let them share the stage. Let them speak out of their successes, because it's really interesting to learn and hear them, the challenges which they take up and the way they go ahead. It's mind-boggling. There are so many innovative technologies on which they are working. 3D printing is one of them, because I know we have one of the incubators working on a 3D printed technology where they are preparing a automated uh, medicine box, which is to be given to the patient, to the wards for reminder of medicines. It is associated with a software and a hardware also. This is currently under testing. It was tested in Zydus hospitals. It is now under collaboration, maybe with AstraZeneca. They may be going ahead for global testing. So there's so many good things happening in this area. So I wish that this conference brings out the best of the new technology, new applications of this 3D printing technology, and everybody would become comfortable of applying these things in their research ideas, and maybe a few master's projects can be done on this. You can also mix the artificial intelligence and the machine learning, and then make a mix of cross-disciplinary projects, which would be wonderful, because we all know the maximum products which have come into the market from 3D printing is not from pharma, but that's from diagnostics and other prosthetics, because that's a bit easier to do. Whereas in pharma, we have a bit of more challenges. So it's a cross-disciplinary subject, and we wish that we make teams and go ahead with the research work and come out with wonderful products in the future. With these few words, I wish that I don't say more, and let's hear from the experts who are going to share the stage. I wish good luck to all the participants, that they have a happy learning, they enrich themselves by the end of this 2 days program. Thank you very much, Lalji sir, for inviting me over here, and also all the eminent speakers over here. I would also wish to learn from you all also. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your information as well as encouraging us. As a token of gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present this certificate to you, sir. It will be okay. So this is the certificate. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Now I would like to inform all the participants that this webinar is being streamed live on YouTube, where you are watching it. Moreover, the presence of all the participants throughout all the sessions of both the days is mandatory, and your presence will be checked from our in-house tools. We will be monitoring your attendance, and you do not need to write your numbers in the chat box. Okay, so hoping that you will stay with us throughout the exciting sessions. I would like to say that coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. With that quote, I would like to hand over the session to the coordinator of this webinar, Dr. Ashish Kumar Kyada, Senior Assistant Professor of Faculty of Pharmacy, Marwadi University. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving forward for our session, dear participants, hello and welcome to the GUJCO sponsored international webinar on 3D printing in pharmaceuticals and healthcare. I hope you and your family members are safe and healthy. We all are battling with extraordinary circumstances that none of us could have imagined. As saying goes, tough situations build strong people. Let's be positive and hope for the situation to improve in coming days. It is with special excitement.
Change background.
It is with special excitement that I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Ragin Shah sir as a resource person for today's first session on 3D bioprinting, pharmaceutical and healthcare perspectives. He is a Director General of Swarning Startup and Innovation University, Gandhinagar, and was actively involved in its establishment for nurturing startups. He is also associated with US Institute of 3D Technology, California, USA as a Chief Academic Officer. He has received a grant of 1 crore from CED, Government of Gujarat, for setting up Skill Development Center. Dr. Shah has immensely contributed to the innovative teaching, learning, designing, academic strategies, curriculum, pedagogical techniques, research, and student placement. His contribution in extension work includes continuing education programs, scientific and motivational talks, implementation of Industry 4 and policies for universities. He has amassed industrial and academic experience of 22 years, has 75 research papers to his credit. He is a member of various reputed professional bodies like IPA, APTI, GPTA, etc. With this introduction, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ragin Shah, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Are you getting my voice?
Yeah, sir. You are audible, sir. Very much.
And my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aziz bhai. Thank you, Lalji bhai, and the team Marwadi University Department of Pharmacy. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to present this seminar on 3D printing, especially 3D bioprinting in the perspectives of pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. Now, I would like to say that okay, there is some problem. Is the screen is changing?
No, sir, not changing.
Not yet, sir.
Now?
Yeah, sir, it's changing now.
Okay. Okay. So, let me start with the industry revolution, because if we see the industrial growth and the comfortability of the people across the globe, then we can divide the scenario in the industry revolutions. Like the first industry revolution started with the steam engine invention, where the steam power and the weaving looms have been started, and that gives the more comfort to the life of the people. Then the second revolution came when that particular technologies are converted to the mass production, where the more employability has been generated, and the new assembly lines and the electric energy associated with the mass production. Then the third revolution came when the automation, computer and electronics invented, and that makes our life more easy and more comfortable. And here at present we are living in the fourth industry revolution, that is called as Industry 4.0, which led by the artificial intelligence, 3D printing technology, data analytics, robotics, and the many more technologies like IR, means VR technology, AR technology, IoT, Internet of Things. So, as what Praful Baradia sir said, that this is the time where there should be a combination or integration of the different disciplines to make a product more innovative. So, let us talk about that. At present, before starting into the bioprinting, let me discuss for a few minutes that make you in a comfortable zone to understand the 3D printing. You all are almost aware about what the 3D printing is. That is called as additive manufacturing process, and that is also called as by layer printing. So layer by layer printing is designed, and that word derived from the FDM and the stereolithography techniques, which initially invented in the era of 1985 or like so. So let us understand first of all that in the conventional technology, it is called as subtractive technology, where any object, when it is to be manufactured, then first of all we have to take the raw material in a form of balls or lights. Likewise, what on the screen the 3D object is seen. That is, first of all, the composite material is to be taken, then it is to be drilled, and then the shape is created, and that create the waste. So that is what called as subtractive manufacturing technique, while additive manufacturing technique is called as the layer by layer technique, where the material is to be taken and then it is printed layer by layer, and it will create the object directly. So this is what in simple term it is very easy to understand, but when it is be in a practice with the different industry, as Praful Baradia sir said, that it came with a lot of challenges, either in the engineering segment, automobile segment, construction industry, jewelry industry, food industry, or any industry you can take the example. Still the pharma industry is striving to implement because of the regulatory aspect, and the healthcare industry has already started adopting the things. Now let us understand, first of all, you will see that video. Are you getting voice?
Yes, sir. Very clearly, sir.
Okay, thank
Audible.
you. So this is called as layer by layer printing, where the layer by layer the whole object has been created. Now, for a basic understanding, to do with the 3D printing or 3D printer, first of all, we have to design the things, whatever we are imaging. And after designing, that design is to be uploaded. And then after uploadation, that is in a STL file, and then it is converted to the G-code file, which is readable by the printer. So the printer get the information, and particularly that G-code file is also called as the slicing. So that gives the information to the machine, that how the object is to be printed layer by layer, what will be the size of one layer, and how the layer upon layer the object is built. That is for that the STL file is converted into the G-code file, and that is to be uploaded. And after that, the material is to be selected, that what kind of material is to be printed, and then printing is processed. And by that way, you can print anything. In the present world, there are so many different technologies available in 3D printing, but the major 9 technologies are predominant in 3D printing technology. And amongst these 9, these 7 technologies are at present currently utilized on a larger level, and that is FDM, that is a fused deposition modeling; LOM, that is a layer object manufacturing; inkjet printer, the DLP, that is digital light processing technology; polyjet, SLS is called as selective laser sintering; and the SLA, that is called as stereolithography. So these are the basic technology, and then this basic technology is again further categorized to more technologies and more specific. Likewise, digital layer light processing, DLP. Now the LCDs are also there, where the light source is, instead of UV light, the laser photopolymerization is to be done by the LCD. So by this way, the innovation is continuously happening in 3D printing technology. The various materials which are generally used in 3D printing is PLA, ABS, carbon fiber, plastic, wood, ceramic, metal, any kind of metal, but for that the different kind of
जी जी
excipients, the related stability of the excipients as well as API to be incorporated into the dosage form. So there are many challenges in the pharma industry and the healthcare industry. And we will also discuss these things specifically, because in these 2 days you will come across with so many other experts, those who are going to discuss in the separate segments of 3D printing in pharma industry, 3D printing in healthcare industry, and the associated basic concepts. So I would limit my discussion to a certain topics only, leaving a pharma aside. So I am not going to discuss that tablet, capsule, and the other personalized pill manufacturing in the pharma industry. So I will concentrate more on the healthcare segment. Now, if we see the history of 3D printing technology, then the patenting and the invention has been started in 1980 with the concept of stereolithography, and the stereolithography was first patented in 1985 by Chuck Hull. The Chuck Hull is the inventor who established the company called 3D Systems Corporation. And then the era of 3D printing has started. And I can say that after that, the fused deposition modeling, FDM technology, SLS, and so many other technologies came for engineering and technology. In after 1995, the scientific inventions started in healthcare segments, the implementation of the 3D printing in the healthcare industries. And first of all, it was initiated by a cell line preparation, then the tissue formation, the soft tissue formation, and then in 2002, the printed miniature of the functional kidney has been prepared and by the scientist, and that was the change of the healthcare industry. And after that, even in the commercial market, now the 3D printing has its application in the healthcare industry. As you know that in 2015, the first FDA approved a 3D printed drug called Spritan by Aprecia Pharma got the patented and got the FDA approval. And then it was available in the market since 2015. That is a levetiracetam is the drug content which is used in as an anti-epileptic drug. Now, after that, even the FDA has also published the various guidelines for medical devices, and the technical consideration has already been published in 2016. Now they are in process of establishing the regulatory guidelines for even the bioprinting as well as the pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical dosage form. So draft has already been prepared, and they are revising many times, and we are hoping that in 2021 onwards we will have that draft. Now, as I discussed, there are so many technologies, but each technology is utilized by the different industry in different way. In the healthcare industry, the concept or the technology fundamentals remain same, but the application will be different. What I mean to say, that if the FDM technology, fused deposition modeling is used in the engineering industry, the concept is different. if the same technology is used in pharma industry, the concept is different, and if the same technology is used in healthcare industry, the total process will be different. Only the mechanism will remain same. So that's why we need to understand that what is the classification, that is mechanism wise classification in the healthcare industry and the pharma industry. So 3D printing technology is also called as solid freeform fabrication, and this the general classification as far as the healthcare industry is concerned is the major technologies classified as a printed based injet system, nozzle based deposition system, and laser based printing, that is a writing system. Now what these different terminologies is, the printed based system is called, there are two categories of a printed based inkjet system. That is likewise our inkjet system. But here the concept is different. That is a drop on demand printing. Drop on demand printing can be categorized by two-way: drop on solid and drop on drop. So these are the major technologies used by the healthcare industry. And the continuous inkjet printing is also used to fabricate the tissues. That also we will discuss. The second category is nozzle-based system. That is the nozzle-based system that is called a fuse deposition modeling and the pressure-assisted matrix. Fuse deposition modeling is also used to create the scaffolds which are needed to build that living structure, or a tissue, or a partial component of organs. Pressure assisted microsyringe previously was used, at present, not previously, but at present also used in, I can say, food industry in the preparation of cake. So market available various cakes are prepared by the pressure assisted microsyringe, that is a palm technology, where the material is pressurized from the top and it is coming down and it is printed in a way the design has been uploaded. So this is what the pressure assisted microsyringe technique. And the third category is called as laser based system, that is a stereolithography or a selective laser sintering, that is a SLS technology and SLA technology. Now if you see the material wise also, then also there are the classifications in the same technologies can be classified in a different way. Likewise, for a powder solidification, if you want to solidify the powder, then there are two major technologies. That you just pour the drop of a liquid onto the solid, and as the drop is falling down on the solid material, it will solidify. That is a one technology called as drop on solid. And the second is selective laser sintering. That is with the laser you sinter the powder. Sintering is the superficial surface association of the solid material, binding of the solid particles on through the surface phenomenon only. Likewise, in the liquid solidification, drop is also falling on a drop, and then it will solidify by a curation process of like UV heat or other chemical method. So it can be done by any way. Likewise, stereolithography, lithographic process. In bio printing, the stereolithography, drop on drop and drop on solid are the key associate key technologies which is to be used. And I have already discussed the extrusion process, and this is what the schematic representation, so that you can realize that what is that different technologies which are used for a pharmaceutical industry as well as the healthcare industry. I discussed the material extrusion, that is a FDM technology, and the palm technology, pressure assisted microsyringe technology. These both technologies are coming under the material extrusion. Material jetting. This material jetting is drop is falling down on a print bed, and then it is solidified by different mechanisms. We will also discuss that. This is called as material jetting. Binder jetting is like there is a solid powder layer is there, and then from the top the binder is falling onto the solid. When the binder is falling onto the solid, it gets solidified either by heat or by other way. So this is called as binder jetting. Now in the selective laser sintering, as I said and as seen in the screen, on the screen, that is laser is falling onto the powder bed, and laser is directed according to the design, and where the laser is falling, the solid get binds and it will form an object. So this is called as selective laser sintering. And stereolithography, there are top bottom two models. SLA is bottom top and DLP is bottom top, as well as see, the whole object is coming up from the liquid solution. So liquid solution is there and the light source is from the bottom. In the selective laser sintering, the laser is coming from the top, while in the stereolithography, the light source is coming from the bottom. And the object is formed and it is coming upward. So this is what there is a difference between selective laser SLS technology and SLA technology. Bottom up and up bottom. So this is what the brief idea about the technologies associated with the healthcare industry. Now we will see that what kind of 3D printing technology or what kind of 3D printing technology applicable in the healthcare system. In general, the bioprinting of the tissue, that is bioprinting, is the one application. Then the pharmaceutical application of formation of personalized medicine. Then it comes the implants and prosthetics, anatomical models, and the surgical guides. So these are the segments of 3D printing technology in the healthcare system. You will definitely come across in the different segments for the 3D printing prosthetics. So I will not discuss the in-depth of 3D printing prosthetics, but just giving you the overview that personalized prosthetics and the personalized implants are so precise and so comfortable, so that will give the 100% of the desired output. If we say the applications of 3D printing, then it can come from head to toe application. It can be categorized or classified into the models, instruments, implants, devices, and bioprinting. That is a different concept. Now see, you can get the idea of, the prosthetic, how prosthetic is made up. So I am just playing this video that will give you the idea. this is what I mean to say, that this is give you some idea that how the innovation make a comfort to the life of a patient. So besides that, the various models and implants, there is also one more application, and that is called as surgical guides. Now what happened here, so when you talk about the surgical guides, suppose the major surgeries are there, major complications are there, where the surgeries will last for 12 hours, 14 hours, or 24 hours, or a 48-hour surgery, which is to be done by many surgeons, then there will be a big problem. The problem is the planning of surgery. Now the complexity is so much that the surgeons cannot plan just to see the CT scan and MRI pictures. So how the 3D printing will be helpful to them? In that circumstances, now the technology are there where the CT scan or MRI images, from that the raw images are called as DICOM images. These DICOM images are converted to the print images by a software called D2P, DICOM to print images. And after that, see what is the speciality of these softwares, that these softwares not only give you the three-dimensional picture of the part which is to be on which the surgery to be performed. Not only the 3D view, but they will also give you the vascularization, the nervation, means how the capillaries and the veins and the arteries are going through, or what kind of nervous system is associated, what kind of tissue density is around the part which is to be removed or which is to be operated. So such kind of the information will be given by D2P. Then it comes to the haptic device. Now what is this haptic device? Haptic device will give you the real touch, real online touch. How will you operate? So in the picture it is seen like, see, this is the haptic device where એક ગેર જેવું ઇન્સ્ટ્રુમેન્ટ તમને દેખાય છે. એ ગેર જેવું ઇન્સ્ટ્રુમેન્ટ છે, that is called as haptic device. By using this haptic device like a mouse, you can even extrapolate any part. You can also if suppose through one part, if you want to see that what is there inside, then just push it. You will go inside that structure and you will see that internal vascular system, and this will give you the complete idea before operating to the doctors. So the surgery time will reduce from 24 hours to 3 hours, 4 hours. So the anesthesia and other complications will be drastically reduced, and the success rate of the surgery will be greatly improved. So, and then you can print that with the 3D printer, and surgeons can operate or practice before operating on their table. So that is what the innovation which is coming at present. And at present there are many startups coming with this concept. And this is the live example. તમને પિક્ચરમાં દેખાતું હશે કે બે છોકરાઓના માથા એકબીજા સાથે જોડાયેલા હતા, જ્યાં નર્વ્સ, વાસ્ક્યુલર સિસ્ટમ્સ બધું એકબીજા જોડે કમ્બાઈન હતું ટિશ્યુઝ સાથે. અને આને આ 72 કલાકની સર્જરી 18 કલાકમાં થઈ હતી, અને એના કારણે બંને પેશન્ટ્સ અત્યારે લાઈવ છે. So that is what the beauty of 3D printing technology. This is giving you the idea. Just I am not discussing this because it will be discussed by the other experts. So these are the surgical guide pictures where even in the operation the 3D printed guides will help you that where to be create a hole and how it is to be fixed. So that is called as surgical guides as well as implants. Likewise, what this is the picture of surgical guide, where you see that parts which is just to assist the surgeons to do the surgery, and then it is removed. It is not going inside. So this can be also prepared by 3D printing technology. So I am skipping this part and I am coming to the bioprinting. Now, how this bioprinting helps in pharma industry and the healthcare industry? To discuss this thing, let me discuss the phenomenon starting from drug discovery to a product. When we think about the drug discovery, then first of all, the synthesis of the 100 molecules, then screening of that molecule for the pharmacological activity is to be done in a petri dish or in an animal. Then from the 100, 1 or 10 molecules are selected for a particular activity. Likewise, this from the 10 molecules, if you go to toxicity studies and preclinical studies, then only one molecule will come to a conclusion that it can be tested on a human being. Now, up to this point, it will take 3 to 6 years and around $200 million expense just to reach one drug from the synthesis part to the preclinical part. Now, can you imagine? And then if the drug fails, then the whole expense will be will be wasted. It go in a vain. Now, can we save this expense? Yes, we can save this expense. And this will make the drug even cheaper. And the speed of the invention of the drug will be more convenient and it will be speedy. Likewise, what you observed in COVID-19 vaccination. Generally, the vaccination will take a time of 6 years to 8 years or more than that. That has come down to 6 months or 8 months. With the blessings of this 3D printing, bioprinting, and artificial intelligence. So, what I mean to say that we can develop the human tissue. Can we do experiment directly on human? The answer is no. But we can experiment the drug effect on a
Excuse me, sir. Your voice is cracking, sir.
Voice is cracking. Okay.
Okay. Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Now it's okay, sir.
Yeah.
Carry on, please.
In bioprinting, you see that in the picture, I will try to explain that how the bioprinting of the tissue to be done. In the first picture, you will see that bioprinter. Now, through this bioprinter will deliver a bio ink. We will discuss that what is that bio ink. You will see in the second upper picture, in the middle picture, you will see the different coloration. That gives you the idea that, see, our tissue is not made up of a single cell line. There are different cells. And that cells are categorized in a different for a different work. Now I can say cell line has to be deposited. Now cell lines are liquid.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
Your voice is still cracking in between.
Okay, just there is an internet problem, I think. Let me check. For a while, I am stopping.
Okay, sir.
And at present, it is clear.
Yeah, it is clear now. Now no problem, but in between it's cracking.
Okay. You can interrupt when you will face this problem. So
Yeah.
I am coming closer to the screen so
Yes, sir.
that my voice will be clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah.
Now, uh, as you see in the picture, that different cell lines are to be printed in a three-dimensional way, where it cannot sustain the three-dimensional structure. So it requires the scaffold. This scaffold should be biocompatible, and it is also non-interactive with the bio ink. So after that scaffold is to be printed like what is it is shown in the picture, in the third picture, where it is printed. And in the lower right hand side picture, you will see that the whole tube is created. Now this is what the printing of a tracheal tube. Now in the tracheal tube, you will see the deposition of the material cell line. Now this cell line is just the bio ink which contains the live cells, scattered live cells with the slight organized way. Now this is to be kept in a petri dish, and then these petri dishes are kept on a culture. That petri dish having a culture and the tissue scaffold is kept on in a environment where the environment which is supportive for the cell growth. Now you see that when you see on the first day, you will observe the scattered cells. Our cells have a capacity to communicate internally, and they can communicate with each other. And you will see after day 5 to day 7, and that cells are interacting with each other, and they form a network. And there how the tissue is slightly built up. After 10 days, you will see that the tube or the tissue in a shape of tube has been developed in a petri dish, and now you can experiment on this. Likewise, it is a tracheal tube. You can test the anti-asthmatic drug. First of all, give histamine and make a contraction of the tissue, and then you inject your drug in the petri dish and see that how at what level the tissue relax, and that contraction relaxation can be in disc. So likewise, what we did in the past with the animal tissues, that can be possible on the human tissue, and that will reduce the time of preclinical study, toxicological study. So that gives you the more cheaper drug in future. Now, in case of bioprinting, I can say that bioprinting, the current application of the bioprinting is printing of the skin to some bony structures, vascular grafts, heart tissues and the liver tissues, the lung tissues, specifically the tubings, the tracheal tubes, and the tissue models for research, discovery, and toxicological study. So these are at present the applications of the major bioprinting. Besides that, it can also be used in the drug delivery system. So bioprinting can also be used for a drug delivery system. That also we will discuss. Now, the major advantage of this 3D bioprinting is it not only give you the complete accurate cell distribution along the line that was previously not that much possible, and the main advantage is its scalability and cost effectiveness. Of course, what we discussed, that how it reduced the cost of drug discovery to the preclinical trial to the toxicological study. It also eliminate to a great extent of the animal trials, and that will also save the animals. So environmentally also 3D bioprinting is more advantageous. the major challenges in bioprinting, the cell distribution, that is right, but there is also a problem that that cell must get the proper nutrition as well as the waste from the the cell which excrete the waste, that has to be eliminated properly. And that even when we inject that cell lines with a pressure, then that pressure will also have a problem. That also leads to the sensitivity to the living tissues. This is the one physico-chemical problem, and biological problem is the major problem is the vascularization and innervation. As I said, that our tissues and the organs are very complex, with the complex vascularization systems like capillaries, arteries, and veins. And it is very difficult to manage those vascularization in the cell line as well as the nervous system. But now the scientists also found the options, found the solutions of that problems, and that's why we expect that in a near future, within a 5 to 10 years, we will have a technology where we can produce the whole organs out of the 3D bioprinting. So that is possible. Now, when we talk about the 3D bioprinting, the major approach is a top-down. There are two major approaches for 3D bioprinting, the top-down and bottom-up. As I discussed while I am discussing this instrumentation, there I discussed that what is top-down and what is bottom-up approach. Now, in this fabrication of the tissue by top-down or a bottom-up approach, there are the advantages and the disadvantages associated with both the technologies. Now, what is top-down approach? In the top-down approach, we can say that biomaterial are shaped to resemble tissue by printing like a scaffold. And once the scaffold is created, the cell line scaffold with polymer, biopolymer, that is bioink, without cell, is incorporated, and then cell line is injected. And when the cell line is seeded, that is called as top-down approach. The major limitation is we are injecting the cell line, we are seeding the cell lines later, so we have no control on a cell distribution. That is a major problem of the top-down approach, where the ECM, that is extracellular matrix, this is what required to grow, because suppose cell has to grow, then cell needs micronutrients, proteins, enzymes, vitamin, or the other material, biomaterial. So this is provided by the extracellular matrix, and that extracellular matrix may not be created properly by top-down approach. So majorly in the healthcare system, the bottom-up approach is the major approach, but we will discuss both approach. In bottom-up approach, you will have a bioink deposition with the scaffold simultaneously that build the tissue, which gives the proper cell distribution as well as the extracellular matrix microenvironment to provide the nutrition. So generally, this is to be done by lithography and bioprinting. Now, I would like to discuss few things here, specifically the top-down or a bottom-up approach. In that approach, there are four major categories which is to be used, and these four major categories which are used are emulsion-based deposition, then micromolding, then shear methods, and extrusion method. Previously, we have discussed the extrusion method. The extrusion method by FDM technology and PAM technology, pressure assisted micro syringe, that is a extrusion method. Now there are searing method, emulsion method, and micro molding. Now what is this micro molding? Now this micro molding, in the micro molding there are I can say the prefabricated molds are there, pre-designed molds are there, and then bio ink is imparted into that. That is called as micro molding. Now, besides micro molding, there is an emulsion method where you do not require that we can say the molds. But instead of molds, likewise our traditional method, the water in oil emulsion is to be prepared and the cell line is incorporated. That is a different technique that if the time permits, we will surely discuss that technology also. Now, besides that, the other technology is also lithography. Now, what is this lithography? In the stereolithography in 3D printing, we have seen that lithography can be done by a polymerization. That polymerization may be a photopolymerization, we have discussed. Now, likewise, in bioprinting, the lithography is categorized into the three forms. The three forms, that is specifically the imprint lithography. I discussed already the photolithography and the flow lithography. So these are the three lithographies which are used. Besides that, I can say that fabrication of the tissue or a 3D bioprinting, in that a bio ink is incorporated. This bio ink comprising of a biocompatible material, live cells, and the supporting material. When we think about the biocompatible material that is needed, that is called as polymers. The polymers can be categorized the natural polymer as well as synthetic polymers. Likewise, alginate, sodium alginate, or I can say with alginate, agarose is also there. Agarose, then gelatin is also there. So these are the polymers. We will discuss that polymers also, but they are a biocompatible material. With the live cells, supporting component as discussed, nutrients required for the cell growth, the growth factors, vitamins. These are the supporting components which are also to be included into the bio ink. See, all this material comprise the bio ink, right? So the first component is bio ink. Second is the scaffolds. The scaffolds are supporting material to give the shape of a bioprinting. Now, what is the workflow of the bioprinting? The first work which is to be needed is what kind of shape or a size of a tissue to be prepared. For that, we require a pre-processing that is called as imaging. After imaging, as I discussed previously, that how the imaging can be done by CT scan, MRI, ultrasound, scanners, videos. These are the modes of this imaging. After imaging, 3D modeling is created and slicing is done. That is a pre-processing for the bioprinting. After that, the second process is called as bio-ink preparation, and then it is a bioprinting. The bioprinting, as discussed, the bioprinting is done, and then it comes the post-processing, where the differentiation of the cells is done and the cell growth. What we have also seen that post-processing, That post-processing we kept in the incubator to provide the microenvironment, right? 37-degree temperature and all these things, and then the cell differentiation is to be done. We have to provide the environment for a cell to grow. This is the post-processing. So the whole bioprinting is categorized in the three ways: pre-processing, processing, and the post-processing. And then once the tissue formed, then it is to be meant, it is to be injected, or it is to be used as per the application. Suppose it is to be inserted into the patient, it can be used for the drug discovery, development. It can be used for the drug delivery system. So these are the application segments. I think I need to check the time. Okay. So as I discussed, these are the imaging: 3D scanner, CT scan, MRI, ultrasound. Now you see, say what are the advantages and disadvantages. The 3D scanner is having a resolution of 5 millimeter. That is very superficial. CT scan are having a resolution of 150 micrometer. So you can get the information, very minute information. Even the more information can be obtained from MRI. Then ultrasound is also giving the similar scale of information as CT scan. But it is very easy to operate, so it is widely used. And it is having somewhat lower cost. Ultrasound technology is available at a lower cost than CT scans. So ultrasounds are more preferred, but CT scan will give you the more idea, because their DICOM image are easily converted into the 3D printed image in a STL file. So that is what is required. As I discussed, the bioink is consisting of the various material like live cells, media, serum, gene, protein, right? And scaffold is also needed. Sometimes bioink is combined with the scaffold, or it is without scaffold also. Now,
excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you have 5-6 minutes left, because we have few questions from participants as well.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So this bioink is also very common in a preparation, where we can say I will skip this part and I will focus on what kind of bioink are available. Generally, the gelatin, you see, protein or polysaccharides are generally used as a polymer to hold the bioink. Now, gelatin is a protein material. Likewise, a collagen is also a protein material. These are the two protein material which are most widely used. Collagen is insoluble, and generally gelatin is prepared from collagen by a hydrolysis. If you get the hydrolysis of a collagen, then triple helix can be converted into the single helix, and that single helix is called as gelatin. So gelatin, collagen are the proteinous material used for a bioink, and alginate, agarose, cellulose, and chitosan. These are the 4 polysaccharides which are used as a bioink. So these are the various natural bioinks, while synthetic polymers are PEG, polyethylene glycol, polycaprolactone, and the polylactic co-glycolic acid, PLGA. So these are the synthetic polymers. These are the structure. I am not discussing this structure. These are also the examples of the various hydrogels. See, when the hydrogels are micronized, it is called as microgel, where the particles of the hydrogels are in a micrometer size. It are called as microgels. And these are the various examples of hydrogels which are used to prepare a cell lines. The cell lines may be cell lines for a cancer cells or a mesenchymal stem cells or a osteosarcoma cells or a liver cells. So this can be categorized for the support, right? This will give you the summary of the biomaterial, that what kind of biomaterial are used with the what kind of advantages and what kind of cell line can be prepared. So generally the chondrocytes are to be prepared by alginate, and articular chondroprogenitor cells, that is called as ACPC, is generally prepared by gelatin and specifically gelatin, right? So these are the few examples of the various cell biomaterials which are used to prepare the cell lines. Now, even nanomedicines can also be incorporated into the biogels or microgels, and where the nanoparticles incorporated into the hydrogels, 3D printed scaffolds, as well as decellularized scaffold, and then it is injected or implanted into the system as a nanomedicine. So this is also one more technology. Already the Israel scientists in 2019, they have prepared 3D printed heart, and they succeeded, but this heart cannot be implanted. But yes, functionally the heart, the 3D printed heart is doing what it meant to do. So now the days are not far that we can have a 3D printed organs also. I would like to thank, and this is just the beginning of the revolution of the healthcare system. Sorry for the time constraint, so that I cannot discuss more in detail. But thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, and the session is open for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we'll take few questions from participants. Sir, I have compiled the questions, whatever I have got from YouTube chat box. So, sir, you can see those questions on your screen. If you allow me, I can read out those questions for you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Sir, first question is from Hariharan. He says that, can we print complete wheel assembly of a car and make it strong enough if it is made of aluminum 6061T6?
Yeah, it is possible, but the strength is for strength you need to experiment with the various alloys, because strength is the major constraint. One startup from Germany has made a complete 3D printed car, and at present the Mercedes developed the 3D printing technology where just by pushing a single button, a whole 3D printed car is coming out, and you can drive directly into that car. So definitely the answer is yes, we can print, but as far as the material strength is concerned, you need to experiment and you need to validate the strength by utilizing the different alloys. And there are live examples, and you can check it also that Mercedes has already utilized this technology to print the complete 3D printed car. Next question, please. Here also one question I got, that when we prefer 3D and 4D printing. Now, first of all, we need to understand the difference between 3D printing and 4D printing. The fourth dimension is a time dimension. So time dimension came even in bioprinting. The time criteria came when there is a stability issue and the performance issue. So whenever we are in need of preparation of those kind of product, where we also need to emphasize on product stability, which is also consideration of the time factor, then we need to incorporate the fourth dimension, that is a time, and that is called as 4D printing. The next question is, can we discover drug in 6 to 12 months as compared to a long tedious process? Here I would like to mention that even if you take the example of Aprecia Pharma, who approved the Spritam drug by US FDA, they took 2.5 years to develop that formulation, starting from the 3D printing raw experiments. In a drug which is already available, that is a levetiracetam. So drug is already available. Then you are talking about the synthesis of the drug to a marketing of that drug. The answer is no. We cannot do in a 6 to 12 months, because still, as Bharadia sir already said, that the regulatory guidelines are not established till date. So once the guideline established, then only we can come to know that what are the safety, efficacy criteria to design the dosage form. So that is what the third question. Sir, any other question you are seeing on a thing?
Yeah.
How advanced could printing be in a personalized field? Actually, I can give the answer of this question, but you have a one separate, we can say the separate session for that in a coming session. So you can get that idea from that. But the answer is yes. 3D printing personalized peel are already at present in a experimental stage in many hospitals in US. In a for a nursing home patient, and they have also developed the devices so that and that device is based on likewise you have heard about the granules. The granules of the drug in a dosage form of 1 to 2 milligram, and according to the need that drug granules are coming down, that are called as micromades. 1 to 2 milligram doses are called as micromades, and that micromades are computerized. અને એમાં એવું હોય કે 4-5-16 ચેનલની અત્યારે 16 ચેનલનું ડિવાઇસ ઓલરેડી શોધાયેલું છે. એમાં કેવું હોય કે 16 જુદી જુદી જાતની ડ્રગ એ કોલમમાં ભરેલી હોય, અને કોમ્પ્યુટરાઇઝ પ્રોગ્રામ આપવામાં આવે કે ભાઈ આ પેશન્ટને એટેનોલોન વાળી કોલમમાંથી 15 મિલીગ્રામ ડ્રગ ડિસ્પેચ થાય, એટોરવાસ્ટેટિનમાંથી 28 મિલીગ્રામ ડ્રગ રિલીઝ થાય. તો એ રીતે માઇક્રોમેડ્સ એક કેપ્સ્યુલમાં આવે અને એ કેપ્સ્યુલ પેક થઈ જાય કે જેમાં 3 થી 4 કે 5 કે 6 જુદી જુદી ડ્રગ જુદા જુદા એને જરૂરિયાત પ્રમાણેના ડોઝેસમાં એ અંદર કેપ્સ્યુલમાં આવી જાય. સો ધેટ હેઝ ઓલરેડી બીન ડેવલપ. તમે યુટ્યુબમાં જશો ને અને પર્સનલાઇઝ મેડિસિનનો એક વિડીયો છે કે જેમાં એમણે પેલા ટેડ શોમાં છે, અને ત્યાંથી તમને મળી જશે. અને તમારે નવું સેશન પણ તમારા માટે એક સેપરેટ છે જ કે જેમાં તમને આ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન મળશે. એની અધર ક્વેશ્ચન?
Sir, okay. Sir, it's time now. We'll conclude this session.
Okay.
So we'll not take more questions. There was just one question, but that is not very. Just concluding this session. So, sir, it's a huge privilege to have you with us today. We are grateful for the time and efforts you took to share your thoughts and experience with all of us. In your talk, you touched upon concept of 3D printing in pharmaceuticals and healthcare. You talked about 3D system, 3D system based for healthcare solutions. Then you talked about the importance of 3D printing in reducing surgery time and associated complications, how 3D bioprinting is useful in clinical research and toxicology studies, drug delivery system. I'm confident that this session would have helped the participants in understanding the concept of 3D bioprinting in pharmaceutical and healthcare. Once again, I would like to thank you on behalf of Faculty of Pharmacy, Marward University and Guj Course, as well as from behalf of participants. Expressing our sincere appreciation for such an insightful talk, I request you to accept the certificate on behalf of Marward University. I request Ramesh sir to present the certificate to Ragin sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ragin sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The next
Thank
session
you.
will be moderated by Ms. Hiral Topia, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy, Marward University. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Assistant. Am I audible?
Yeah, madam, you are audible.
Okay. Very good morning, one and all. I hope you all are safe and healthy at home. Okay, I'm Hiral Topia, Assistant Professor and Faculty of Pharmacy, Marward University. I would like to welcome you all in international webinar on advancement in 3D printing technologies in pharmaceutical and healthcare. Current status and future opportunities, organized by Faculty of Pharmacy, Marward University and sponsored by Guj Coast, Government of Gujarat. We all today gathered here to learn new aspects of 3D printing in this difficult time to extend our boundaries of knowledge with positive mindset that this time will also pass. So let's start our second session. I would introduce our second eminent speaker who knows whole history, stories and challenges and also the secrets of this type of startup projects in 3D printing, Dr. Guru Prasad Rao. Dr. Guru Prasad Rao is director and mentor at Imaginarium India Private Limited, India's leading 3D printing company. His current focus is on DFM for metal 3D printing medical applications, skill development, and besides technology, also mentoring and partnerships across the domains. Dr. Rao is a technocrat with over 30 years of experience encompassing industry and academia. He holds B Mechanical with PG in Tool Engineering from GTTC, MDes in Product Design from IISc Bengaluru and PhD from IIT Bombay. For his terminal degree, he worked on medical applications of 3D printing. His industrial assignments include Titan, Tanish, Crompton, and presently at Imaginarium. He joined Imaginarium as CEO and is presently designated as mentor and director. Dr. Rao is also associated with many industry bodies like CII, BIS, IAMF, and Adult Innovation Mission. Presently, he is the part of member CII National Committee on Design. As CII Conference Chairman, he successfully led CII 3D Printing Conference 2019 held in Mumbai as Conference Chairman. So, I would request Dr. Guru Prasad Rao now to take over this session. Welcome, sir, on behalf of Faculty of Pharmacy, Marward University. Please take over the session, Dr. Guru Prasad Rao.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Hiral, for a very generous introduction there. And thanks to Ashish Kyada for this wonderful opportunity. And Lalji for this great opportunity to meet all of you in a very, strange circumstances of pandemic. We have been able to meet each other virtually thanks to the technology. And today, let us continue our journey of learning how the technologies are influencing every aspect of life, including pharmacy. And today, I think you had a great session already, and I don't know, with what I understand, the subject, which was covered by my earlier speaker, there might be a lot of things which are a repetition. So I'm very sorry if there is a repetition, because we are going to talk on the same subject almost, you know. And let me try to present to you all. I'll try to present my presentation. Let me see if I can entire screen, and I'll try to get my presentation up. Can you all see my screen now?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, not yet. Okay, okay. Sorry. I am able to see it. Okay. So I have to go here. I'll say share. Share. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir. Now it is.
Yes.
You are presenting to everyone. Okay. And now is it full screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. This is a very important first step. So today my talk will be largely on 3D printing for drugs and pharmaceuticals, myths and reality. There are a lot of myths and realities, about anything. Even 3D printing is like that. And I have been with this technology since 90s. So almost the time it was discovered, here in India, it was being studied. And I've been watching this technology, which is making deep inroads. And this particular talk today will cover something on 3D printing basics, and it will cover on technologies. It will cover on medical aspects of 3D printing, and then we also touch upon the drug, which is the main topic. So 3D printing is just another new way of making things. Okay, so it's a tool by which we can make things. Things could be anything. It could be your a glass like this, or a pen, or a car, or whatever. These are all things. Known forms. So 3D printing has been able to make things directly from a digital media. That's what it is. So it is a creation of a part directly from the CAD. You don't require material to be put, removed, and all that. So it is like a kind of a robot. Like, it's a robot which converts a CAD input to a part. And so the skill required in order to, like a carpentry, smithy, machining, whatever, this is all not required. If you can do it on CAD, you can get a part. You can hold it in hand. That's kind of regime we are talking about. So if you look at the transformation journey, art to part, there are a lot of things. You need to make a digital model. It has to be sliced, and these slices are put back layer upon layer in order to get the part. Right? This is very simple, and this is done using a robot. We call it as 3D printer, and this simply puts the layers back. That's all. So it is a dematerialize and materialize. That is the whole story. And in fact, in this journey, we can have different transformations also. So 3D printing, when we say, it is not just about the printing aspect. There is a lot of things. If you look at the whole spectrum, it starts with, on the left-hand side, design or idea. Idea has to be first identified, and then you have to design it, detail it out, then you make a CAD. Without CAD, nothing happens. And then you have to pre-process it. Then only comes the 3D printing. Okay? And 3D printing needs material and a proper care, and after that, post-processing. And that opens up a world of opportunity on application. So today, pharma is one area where people are toying with the idea of making 3D printed drugs and pharmaceuticals. Let us go deep dive into the technology now. Technologies, as we see, if you have a milling, you have only milling. You have drilling means drilling. You want to solder something, there is soldering. You want to injection molding. They're all very specific. But when it comes to 3D printing, we are not talking about one technology here. It's a set of technologies, you know. And so when for some people they think 3D printing, okay, there is a filament which comes and it makes the part. They're right. Some people say no, it is actually liquid. That liquid becomes solid, and that is 3D printing. Probably somebody says, no, I've seen in Imaginarium, they use powder and powder se bante. So they're all right. So in fact, it is like touching an elephant by the blind people. People think 3D printing is that because of their exposure. In a way, they're all right. They're all referring to the same thing, which is called 3D printing. That means 3D printing is not one, it is a set of technologies. So if you look at the whole landscape of 3D printing technologies, you have many things here listed in black, and there is one small little thing on the right hand side, bioprinting. That is added recently to this slide. So, I mean, as a technology also. So you have photopolymerization, you have direct metal melting, material melting, sheet lamination, directed energy deposition, binder jetting, material jetting, and powder bed fusion. Each one of these have some more proliferations. And you can see the whole landscape of 3D printers. They come in all kinds of sizes and shapes, capabilities. Each one is an engineering marvel. We cannot say this is good, this is bad. All of them, they have their own capability. So for our subject today, that is pharmaceutical 3D printing, what are the technologies which are very important that we should know? Because these can print something which is in resin, something which is biocompatible, something which is in metal, something which is a ceramic, something which is a very hard material like teak, and something which can give very soft silicone-like material, right? And all such sorts of things. One can print in sand also, titanium also, metal alloys, different metal alloys, bimetals, smart material, and whatnot. All this, people are trying out. And in fact, if you look at the opportunities, there are three technologies which will be of interest to us when we talk of medical. One is solid using material extrusion, FDM. There you have medical. And you also have using liquid, VAT photo polymerization, wherein SLA technique, stereolithography is used, and where medical is going to come. Also, you have living cells, bioprinting is another area where we have medical applications. We don't know today, we may have a gene therapy and all where people will take the gene from the body and they do some kind of transformation, and again it is injected back. So it will be more like a serum or your vaccine, kind of thing, which is made to that particular person. Just imagine, to treat. So the whole medical fraternity, the pharmaceuticals are looking forward to a customized or individualized treatment, which is very interesting, possibility, which is going on as a thinking, very important. So 3D printing application in healthcare is quite a large platform, okay, and it is not just one. So people have been using it for some time now, and people were experimenting rather. Only recently that FDA has approved some of the procedures, and if you deeply dive into the medical practice, there is something called as the doctor, the clinician, is empowered to try out all tools at his hand in order to save the patient, in order to increase the quality of life. actually without actually experimenting. It is there is a small thin line between experimentation and trying to save a life. Okay, and so clinicians have this a kind of a power, empowered to do that. And that was the initial trigger which helped many of the little adventurous clinicians making a proving a point. Then many have joined the bandwagon, and what we see today as a development is attributable to those adventurous clinicians who took a step forward. They did not stay in the shell, but took a bold step to utilize or explore the technology. That's how everything happens. Progress happens because of that. And you can see one of the technologies which are used for making drugs or pharmaceuticals could be VAT photopolymerization. In fact, in 3D printing world, this was the first technology which came. It was discovered by Charles Hull, Chuck Hull, we call him. He's still there and is the emeritus CTO at 3D Systems. And this is a very big one. It's a tank, small swimming pool where laser comes, and let us see an animation for this. See how the laser comes from the top, and it converts the monomer liquid to a polymer, with the impingement of energy in the form of laser light, and the cross linkage makes the liquid become crystalline, solid instantaneously, thereby creating objects which are actually taken from the CAD. So CAD to part happened for the first time. This was the year 1983, and the patent got granted in 86. And that's how, even today, this is one of the very leading technologies, which was first discovered, but still very, very relevant today. And you can see how in the liquid, the emerges with the same liquid material which has been crystallized because of the laser impingement. So many shapes you can see emerging out of the platform. So this is one technology which is very, very promising. And the second technology is, of course, selective laser sintering, or we call it as powder bed fusion. And here we use nylon powder, and nylon powder grains come closer, laser comes and just melts, So it will be good if we can see an animation of this also, where the scanning happens and the laser comes and it binds the material and a fresh layer is put. And I was talking about the grains, let us take a closer look. If the two grains are there, the interstitial space where it is touching, not the interstitial space, where they're touching, it gets fused. So the powder is not molten really, but you can see it is stitching the touching points and the ones below. And that's how the top layer and bottom layer, they get fused. And this is very, very important for pharmaceutical industry, this technology, wherein you have a material with the active ingredients and the binders and whatever you may want to have, they're laid out layer upon layer. Let us see. You can see how it is done. You can see laser draws a concentric circle like a phantom. You cannot see the laser because it is invisible CO2 laser. And the powder, as in when it spreads, you can see you get the thing fused. And the repetition of this process helps you to actually build a part. Very important. So this is called selective laser sintering. And then you have, the whole cake comes out and you rub off the powder. Again, it is not liquid here, it's powder. So you can shake off the powder, sandblast it, or you can do autoclaving of this. It's biocompatible. So there is a 30-page report on this, biocompatibility report. They have done the animal studies. They have done all the kinds of tests required. FDA has approved this composition as a biocompatible material. So what are we going to do with this? So this can be sterilized by various methods, but also can be autoclaved. That means this can be safely, sterilized and taken into operation theater. What are we going to do with this? Are we going to build, kind of? Let us come back to this. Okay. Yet another exciting technology is the material extrusion or material deposition, fuse deposition molding (FDM). Okay, this technology was actually discovered by Scott Crump in the year 89, 90, during that time. Though I think it got the patent then, they all started together. When Charles Searle was working on SLA, somebody, Coral Decoid was working on his project on SLS, and Scott Trump was working on FDM. These are all very, very parallelly. The technology was moving. Very interesting. They were all trying to do the same thing, but in a different way. They all got patent, and this is FDM technology. And you can see here, this is a kind of a filament which comes, and it has got a print head where it gets heated, and it comes out as like a consistency which can be compared to a toothpaste. So the plastic becomes molten, you know, and it is in the form of a paste, and it gets deposited, you know, and it is like a spaghetti, which is or noodle, which is going to get deposited because it is hot. It gets stuck to the substratum, whatever you have, or a build platform, and you can manipulate this. So layer upon layer, you can build parts using this also. You can see there is a big mission which is owned by the inventors, the patent holding company, Stratasys, and you also find one red little fellow in the bottom. Okay, both are equally good, and they produce the same part, which is in black. You can see that part. Well, only difference is the large one is highly reliable. You can work on it 24 by 7, 365 days, always ready to work. While the small little fellow, he can work today, tomorrow it may not work. You have to figure out why it is not working, because this is not built with a lot of reliability, right? And so, so industries cannot depend on the small little fellow. But for R&D, for tinkering, for hobbyists, this is very good. So this, in fact, they could not safeguard the patent for this by the year 2009 or so. 2005 onwards, the open source thing came. Dr. Adrian and all, they started using this technology. By 2009, MakerBoard actually came out with a first printer of this kind, apart from the original patent holders. And from then onwards, it has been a public, domain, in the public domain, open source technology. So a lot of people, even in India, they are doing it. You can actually assemble one. I can help you assemble one. We'll be happy to help you out. If you have a small group of people want to do it, it's as simple as that. And you have yet another technology which is relevant to truck printing, that is binder jetting. So what exactly we do? It is very similar to SLS. It uses a powder. Only thing is here, the powder is bound by not laser, but by adhesive supply. You can see the green box there. That shows the liquid adhesive supply. So it's a common, experience. If we spread a powder and put some glue, the glue absorbs it, and after some time, it becomes a hard material, a slice. And if it is continued, you can build actually things. And because the powder can be white and you can also print over it, we can make multiple color parts also. But these are not very strong. For industrially, for industrial application, they are not very, very important because, it's not very strong, So, in fact, this technology was discovered by MIT. MIT had a kind of a patent right on this. They said this is 3D printing. But much later, like Xerox and all, people are using, they gave up rights. So 3D printing, this was called as 3D printing, actually, trademarked, but they gave up that right. MIT professor, you know, yeah. And then you have yet another technology. So this technology you can see, it is very much like your SLS. Powder is removed, and you can see there is a building made. So same wise, likewise, it is very relevant to pharmaceuticals because we can print drugs using this. The glue what you use can be with active material, or powder can be active material, and the glue can be a binder. So we can very much do this for the pharmaceuticals industry. And of course, additive manufacturing is interesting because it is like sandwich. Because you can at every layer we have a control. That is the beauty of 3D printing. 3D printing at every layer you can change something. By which we can introduce active material for drug elution, especially. One can keep on changing, and every fixed time, drug can be eluded. So it can be compared to this kind of a sandwich. Because in the regular manufacturing, you don't have this capability. You cannot. In fact, there are some technologies like multi-jet fusion, where at a voxel level we can control the properties. So that is the beauty of the 3D printing. Moving forward, you can see these are some of the technologies which are very important. Now let us discover how in medical applications these are going to help. So 3D printing in health application is a growing list actually. List what you see here is not complete. Probably started with dentistry, orthopedics, operative planning, surgical tooling, implant tissue interference, drug releasing implant, tablets, drug delivery, transdermal delivery, tissue engineering, 3D printed organoids, models and organoids, and many more. It keeps more, growing, for the healthcare. So this can all be summarized with one graphic, which is like this. So at first level, the level 1 to level 6 depends on the risk level, responsibility levels. We can say this is my own classification. I'm not referring to FDA here. For understanding purpose, FDA may have their own classification. At level 1, we have things which are either they come in contact or they don't come in contact. So like this BEMPU's hypothermia monitoring device, or you have breast care's scanning device, or the health bands. What you have, so many companies coming out health bands. So they're all devices. Some of them are not even coming in contact with human. Like you have many smartphone based apps. They use a lot of image acquisition things, add-ons, which will come. They go on to the clip-on to. So I'm not able to show because they're all bound by intellectual property, IPR rights, non-disclosures and all. I'm not able to show you all of them, what we do. But in devices, there are very interesting things which are happening. Even the prostheses, orthotics, the footwear, so many things are going to come in the device level. So that's the lowest level. And the second level is anatomical models. Anatomical models are where, you have, it can be of any color, any size. Thoda bahut 19-20 chalega. It is for the communication, understanding, teaching, or getting skilled. Anatomical models are used. So these are also very important. Sometimes we can make them very accurate also. But if the purpose is only learning, then, microorganism, you have to make it big, or something which is big, you need to make it small to learn. As those possibilities are available, it is level 2. Level 3, we need a little bit more responsibility, wherein these things come in contact with human body more closely, and the guided tool, for example. surgical guides and all, they fall in this category. They have to be accurate, because if they're not accurate, then they can give you bad results, which is undesirable, right? And so guides and fixtures, they play an important role. They say you need to have a surgical precision to cut in a procedure, and that comes through experience only. The clinician has to be an expert, they say. So, how do you make even the novice doctors take a surgical precision? That is happening because the guides and fixtures, because they can actually latch on to the landmarks of the anatomy. They can provide for a tool to go in a particular way, which is just like an expert. So, it's pre planned, surgical pre plan, we call it. And then, of course, at the fourth level, you have the implants. These are the things which are replacement for bone or such thing, mostly hard tissue, and they kind of compensate for the missing anatomy, which is important for the person to work, function, have mobility, or aesthetics. For various reasons it is done. Not only for function but also for aesthetics. And so they do a lot of reconstructions using these. It could be mandibular, maxillar, cranial, or it could be anything like that. Orbital reconstruction. All these things are possible, and at this stage, the level of responsibility is higher because the risk is more. These material, what you do, they are not only biocompatible, but bioimplantables. That means they are inside your body, sterile and passive. They don't do anything with the tissue, or they will be tissue friendly. Sometimes we imbibe this by having a coat of hydroxyapatite and things like that. Sometimes they are also functional. For example, you have the mandible. Mandible is like an anvil where food is churned, right, in the jaw as you move the jaw, and it is a tool, so it has to be strong enough to take care of those dynamic loads which comes while chewing the food and all. So level 2, level 4 is this one, implants. Then level 5, 4 and 5 are very similar. They all come under FDA approvals. You have this drugs. So we'll go deep into it later. The sixth level is actually becoming a god. Little bit of creators domain we get into. Wherein you're trying to make a tissue, make a organ, or a system. All that. Trying to do. But this sixth one is something which is all in lab. People say, claim many things, but really we are not there because there are a lot of challenges which we don't discuss, in this session. But it is not yet ready. Up to 5 levels, 3D printing has been doing. I think so. Even at 4 levels, I can say it is doing a great job. The 5th level and 6th level are 2 areas which are fairly new, and people are working on it. And so we will today explore more on what we are doing on drugs. So 3D printing, one of the greatest advantages it brings to both is mass customization. What is mass customization? It is making one, and making it better, and making at the same cost what somebody would have done 1 million. So it's a very crazy. It is not about mass actually. Mass customization is not about mass. It is about making one, and making it in one means small batch quantity. Maybe for a person, or maybe a group of people, maybe for a family, something like that. Mass customization. So each individual can have some kind of variations in design of the product, and we can call it as mass customization. Only then. And there is no technologies like injection molding or stamping or forging, casting. They are not capable of doing this one-off things. They are all models which are better off with the bulk or how industrial revolution brought the economy of scale. Economy of scale, because you make 1 million, your landed cost of one part becomes so small, affordable by millions. But that is the beauty. 3D printing brings this enormous capability, which is not there, and this brings the agility, also very very important. And so moving forward, you have patient specific solutions are some of the ways we can reach out in healthcare for mass customization. What are they? You have patient specific anatomical models, we just saw, patient specific surgical guides, because for a particular procedure, a particular clinician has a way to go about. So it's very, very patient specific, case specific, you know, and so very important surgical guides. Implant, of course, implant is going to have a thing which matches the anatomy. We don't know, there are no two, एक हाथ में पांच उंगलियां same नहीं. So same thing in a family, we cannot have two bones made and kept ready. So implant has to be made specially. Patient-specific drugs. Again, drugs is also something, an opportunity, and patient-specific tissue and organs. So supposing we take a body mass index of a person, their needs, then you're going to have a kind of a printout of material as a drug. That is the beauty of patient-specific drugs and patient-specific tissue and organs, or the gene therapy serums. They're all going to take the active material from an individual, synthesize and make it and deliver, solution. These are all going to come in future. These are all some kind of science fiction, but all science fictions have become true. Isn't it? That's the beauty of the technology. In pharmaceuticals, particularly, we have the opportunities such as drug releasing implants. So we heard implants which are metal or non-metal, which are going to replace a bone or a stent or things like that. Drug releasing implants are something which are also very good, where there is a layer of drug which goes on with it. Then, of course, tablets, as we all know, you have the same thing, which are all there. You're the experts. I want to talk about tablets. What goes in? You have the receptors, the target, and whatever, your stuff. I don't want to get into that, Then you have drug delivery. Delivery also. How do you deliver a drug? Target. There are bioboats which are there, which can actually carry the active ingredients and deliver to a particular target, within the body. They seek the target and they elude the drug. So this is going to have a definitely better efficacy as far as drug delivery is concerned. Then people are also looking at transdermal delivery, making microneedles and all. So very few in the world are looking at this capability of nano fabrication of microneedles, and sometimes microneedles are sharp, and they're so sharp, it's like putting a patch and you don't find any pain at all. And this kind of thing is being tried. A lot of patented technology is there in transdermal delivery. And people are looking at this also as one area where 3D printing can help pharmaceutical industry. But of course, what we are talking about here, when it comes to transdermal delivery, microneedles, and one has to go for a nano 3D printing capability, which is at a very, very micro layers one need to have. And such capabilities are also there. So there are 3D printers which are like nanoscribe and all, which are very good to make that. But are we ready with the active ingredients? Will these material be compatible they're ready for building in 3D printing, things like that. That we need to see. Very important. Moving forward, we have myths. What are the myths about the drug 3D printing? So these are the same myths what we have with 3D printer itself. That is like 3D printing is costly. People say that. Of course, it is costly. It is not cheap. Nothing is cheap, that way. But it is not really. When we come to realities, I'll tell you, 3D printing is slow. So this is again something. It is a reality in the beginning, but it is slowly going to change. 3D printing is not reliable process. There is no consistency. एक drug बनाते हैं, one drug to the next batch of drug. There is a lot of So this is something which is a cause for concern. But as and when the technologies are improving, this is also going to get solved. 3D printing is only good to make prototypes. It is not good for manufacturing. आपको जल्दी कुछ बना के देखने के लिए, आइडिया देखने के लिए, what is that called as proof of concept or making a minimum viable product is good, but it is not good for making bulk production, making millions for masses, for society. That is one more myths people have. Then drug vending machines and dispenser are available. It is like you go to ATM, you type in your thing and you get your pill. This is something looks very nice. In fact, people are toying with this kind of thing, but it is still not there. So there is a long way to go there. I'll come to that later. Make one composite pill is another myth. Many times patients take a handful of pill. So why can't we have one pill instead of taking so many pills? Can we powder them and put them together? I don't know. I'm not aware of the chemistry. What happens with all your drugs when they are put together? There might be some reactions which are not good. But what happens when they go into the alimentary canal and the stomach, and how it gets? Will they have a problem? And we all know Rantex is given, and acidity is controlled, and so many things, side effects, and all that. People do have a problem, but can we make a composite pill which will solve it? It's one idea actually. People call it as in situ drug manufacture. So you have a machine which is all, it has all got all the ingredients are put in universal kind of a thing, and whatever you want, it will get dispensed and as per your prescription, and it is all made into a brick or a pill, and it is delivered to you. Garma garam. So this is something which people have been toying with. Drug vending machine and composite pill are very close to each other. One day it may come, we don't know. So people are trying all sorts of things. 3D printing is superior to existing technologies. So this is something again, depends. Technology may, it is a double-edged sword. Every time. It has some advantage, it has got some disadvantage. Every technology. I don't say 3D printing is the greatest of all technologies. It is another technology. We should know how to use it, to our advantage. We have to accept its strength. We have to accept its weaknesses. And 3D printing is going to replace current methods. This is another myth, So this is not going to replace every technology. There are some where it may be good, so you better use it. In some places where older methodologies, what we have already, is good enough. At the end of the day, what patient wants? They want cure, and they want a cure at the lowest cost. So that's all matters actually. Technology doesn't matter so much. As long as any technology gives you a good quality material, good and in a good cost, that is the best technology, right? So that's very important. You can print fully functioning organs on which a new drug can be tested. So this is also a myth actually. Some people say, no, now we can have a anything. So there is a lot of you know um, work is going on in this area, but still people are not there. So reality, you can see all these are getting kind of refuted. 3D printing is affordable. 3D printing is getting faster. 3D printing process is becoming reliable. Okay, build to build, batch to batch. Consistency is also an issue, but we can do. It all depends on how you dispense an accurate material, active ingredient at each and every shot. That is very important. 3D printing is capable of delivering a final product. Yes, it is. Today, we are doing a lot of such things, in engineering industry. People are increasingly making products directly from 3D printing. It's a reality. And drug vending machine dispensers, as of now, it's a concept, but it can very well come. It has the capability. So today we have Coca-Cola and other things readily available. You put a coin and get it. But here, supposing you have a drug smart card, prescription smart card, where clinician actually uploads that prescription, which is validated, and you push it in a ATM, and that will trigger the whole circuit, and there is a in situ of printing of what you need, and that is possible, but well, this is in a trial or concept stage right now. Make one composite pill for all. So this is what we discussed. It is a concept right now. 3D printing is just another tool and a process. So we should take it that way. 3D printing is not going to replace current methods. That's very important. You can print fully functioning organs on which a new drug can be tested. Not yet. Okay, it is not yet ready. People want to even print edible meat, for example. Edible meat they want to first try. Then comes organs for drug efficacy testing. And then comes the so-called implantable, graftable organs and systems, subsystems. So that's the growth trajectory. They're all in various, they're trying to fake it before they make it. They're trying to show something. So traditionally, most new drugs, vaccines, and cosmetics undergo testing. You all know Animal House and protocols, and before they come to human use, then you have clinical trials. This is what makes the drugs really very costly. Now, if really indeed 3D printing can give us this capability, then the price of drugs, the certification, all are going to really becoming cheaper, cost effective, lead time will come down, and the efficacy, most of all. What is good for a mouse or a primate may not be good for humans. But if you are going to use it on a human organ-like thing, system, because we are now comparing apple to apple kind of system, where the efficacy could be much more. So it's a very promising concept as such. So bioprinting offers the potential to create functional, living 3D human tissues of particular organs. And these 3D tissues provide much more accurate mimicry of reality. So it's not a phantom anymore. It's very close. And resulting in much more predictive results of drug candidates, thereby reducing late-stage failures. There are a lot of drug failures which happens. And even those failures, pharmaceutical companies, anyway, there is a cost, to company. So that also makes the drugs very costly. Development process, always you have a risk. Will it not help? It's almost some of the drugs discovered for something not good, but they are good for COVID time. It's very funny. You can see here bioprinting so many things, and the organoids, which are very nice living cells like thing, which are twitching, with life. That printing a kidney. I said all these are like you fake it before you make it. You need to really. They're trying their muscle at looking at the simulations. One day we may be really ready for this. Bioinks are available, and but uh, still we have a long way to go. Nothing is ready for human use. So, together with organ on chip device bioprinting, it is being implemented to create a robust in vitro models. We call this as a regime of digital medical uh, healthcare, or digital drug design also. With artificial intelligence and all, people are trying to synthesize. And drug design is done because it's driven by the data of the target and receptors and all that. You have they're going to get to create a recipe for a particular uh, disease. That is possible. People are trying it out. So some of the triggers for drug printing we should know. That is, you know, millions of people take medicines every day. You know, and they take a handful of them. So it is difficult to swallow them, and many times people don't take. They miss it. They postpone it. There is a procrastination of taking medicine also. That helps. That is going to uh, uh, bring down the efficacy. They say because somebody is not cured, so the clinician gets a wrong message because the patient is not taking medicine, and so clinician who's monitoring is not able to assess properly whether it is because of the inefficiency of drugs, what is administered, or the person is not able to swallow it, you know, meticulously. And so they also come in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes they're so big, children especially cannot swallow them, and even the old people cannot swallow them. Once it comes out, they throw it. They don't take it. They don't know whether it is really bad for them. This is one trigger. The other trigger is, there is a one size fit all kind of pills which are made in 500 mg, 250 mg, 100 mg, depending on that. At best, you can cut, to a quarter, like what you see on the right hand side. It is very difficult to match. They are never right for a particular individual because it depends on age, the body mass index, and gender, and whether for females it is very important whether they are mothers, young mothers, expectant mothers, or they have a phase where they have hormonal imbalance. These drug dosage will greatly vary, and for the elderly and for children. So it becomes very difficult. People are trying to tackle this, and also many pills to one is another thing. People are trying. These are some of the triggers why people are looking at 3D printing of drugs. Very important. Now let us see what are the efforts going on in this area. A whole lot of research papers I could download, because we keep monitoring generally the space. You may wonder why I'm giving a talk on drug 3D printing. Here, drug and 3D printing, medical and 3D printing, engineering and 3D printing, arts and 3D printing, comes education 3D printing. So that's where we, as industry, keep on monitoring all the time what is going on. You can see here how major technologies like extrusion, powder solidification, liquid solidification, they're all coming to help you produce a particular type of drug. So, very interesting slide what you have. This is being taken up from 3D printing in pharmaceutical and medical applications, recent achievements and challenges also. Very nice. And moving forward, 3D printing of drug gained new importance with the FDA approval. That is happening because of one drug. You know, this is from Aprecia Pharmaceuticals. They call it as Spritam, which is for epilepsy. So what exactly they did? This is the year it was actually approved, 2015, and they are able to make layer upon layer. They deposited the ingredients, and they also applied drops of liquid. So it's like a binder jetting, and the whole thing. They tried what happens whether it elutes properly, just the way they wanted it, and it really did. So I'll show you the setup. This is where it was made. You can see a robotic arm also there, which is used to deposit. So many times 3D printing and robots, they come closely. That's why I call 3D printing as a robot only. Okay, and so they have used a robot here, and you can see how it eludes. So which is called zip dose. Aprecia zip dose. So this is a normal speed, they say. How it is done. Very interesting, right? The layers what they have, and this is what happens in the stomach. So to get the drug absorbed quickly, and this is you can see the effervescence that is generated by the melting. So the binder which is holding this powder need to have this property, keeping the particle together, but eluding, as and when they get hydrated. So very important. And there is one more company called Fab Orex. Very interesting name, no? Fab Orex is a spin-out of a company from University College of London that uses a low-cost SLS machine. It is called as a Sintra Tech. They collaborated and they did same thing, having the active ingredients cured by a laser and binding and trying to see, and they were quite successful. Let us see a small movie on this. I don't know if you can hear the sound here, but you can see the movie. You can see one layer is done, and you can see the second layer again. It's scanning one pill, second pill, and third pill. And you can see how it is done. So this is the sintering station. They are removing the powders now. All the pills, they put it on a sieve carefully, and they're trying to remove the loose powder. And you can see on a petri dish, the person is putting the sintered the thing. So you can see how wonderfully they're able to fabricate, kind of the thing. Same way, many efforts have gone. People have been trying to do, FDM technology also. You can see the size of these in comparison. So this is roughly about 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 mm diameter. You can see the layers there. The small, like mint-like thing, one can put in the mouth and swallow it. This is the kind of drug people have been trying to do. And you can see, very interestingly, many shapes are being tried out. And people have even tried for braille. so that blind people can read them and actually take the pill. We call it as universal design. You know, seldom we take care of blinds. So somebody has tried to do that. You know, for children, interesting forms. And people even try to make drugs in gel form, very soft, and so you have that jujubes. Jujubes are kind of gel which are sugar coated, and so they're trying to use that as with different colors. So children who hesitate to take drugs and all can as well use them. This is what I was referring to. These are all pills which are made up of gels, and they come in the form of a strawberry or a flower or a chocolate piece or a flower, anything. Even they have tried a kind of a small toy, what do you call it? The sea animal, the octopus, or a starfish, very nicely. So the children toy with it and then they swallow it. It is going to taste well. Of course, they should be careful. They may consume more here. Very important. You can see here some of these. They are looking like meduvada, and people have been able to. You can see the characteristic layer upon layer like thing. So it's a mint with a hole like that. It's a thing which is going to help for illusion. So the attack is both from the outside and inside, and from all sides of the cylinder, which is now connected to make a donut, or what you call in engineering terms, it's called as a primitive torus. We call it as torus. And you can see people are also looking at some kind of in situ mixture. So I have active ingredients or small things which are weighed depending on the body mass index, and they're then put in a tube, and there's a cup and one more cover. So all active ingredients, it will pour in one cup and it is closed, and that is ejected out. So this is one concept people are thinking, in situ synthesis of drug. And so when all these things come, it may look very, this is one more. I happen to take this out from one of the articles. 3D printing may also allow pills to be printed in a complex construct of layers using combination of drugs to treatment multiple elements at once. The idea is to give patients one single pill that offers treatment for everything they need. This kind of thing, which can be. So, well, when we discuss all this, all technologies come with their own risk. So it is unfair if we don't discuss about risk. What are those risks? Risk is product liability. So you as a pharmaceutical company or lab which is synthesizing the formula, it is successful and all that, what we call as blueprint. And if this is licensed to people to print locally, how do you ensure the quality? 3D printing operation may have variations, or it may have failure, it may have all that. So the liability, somebody will indemnify, or it is still rest with the people who discovered or have the license of that. So this is something which is very important thought. This was taken from a paper, when as I'm sharing it. So it's very interesting, And also second risk is cyber risk. So that is, if somebody can hack this, they know the composition, they may misuse it, or if they don't use it, what happens? So one is the person who spent years to discover and making it is going to lose the competitive advantage. Counterfeiting. That is still there even today. People are trying to fight. But with these compositions available at a booth level, then it becomes very risky. How do we do that? Suppose there is a hacking or virus which will trigger wrong, composition synthesis, and then that really magnifies the risk. So original company maybe has to fight the litigation. This is very, very crazy. Then we have the third risk, that is safety and efficacy of 3D printers. Traditional mass manufacturing facilities have so much of guidelines, clean rooms. How can we ensure it everywhere? So that is very important. So these are three risks, we need to be really aware of. 3D printing technology has great potential. It delivers the promise of personalized Medicare, and of course we need to work on those strengths, which is very important. But before we do that, we need to also take care of risk exposures it has got. So people, experts in IT, manufacturing, and the drug synthesis people, clinicians, they should all come closer and work on the controls by design, and they should take care of the risk. That's the way to go forward. I think with this, we come to the end of the presentation. Imagineum has been contributing in various sectors, like jewelry, Medicare, solutions, academy. We have venture, kind of a fund. We have Rapid, which is going to take care of engineering, aerospace things. We have been trying to spur enabling industry, create value. Sorry. And you can visit Imagineum website, www.imagineum.io. And I would like to stop at this stage and would like to invite some questions you may have. Back to host now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guruprasad Rao, for this nice and informative session. Sir has put forth many valuable suggestions that enlightens the area of innovation in many aspects of 3D printing. They give clarification regarding the myth and clarifications, specifically in 3D printing technology. Okay, we all should take note of it. So now we'll move for the question answer session. I'll request Dr. Rao to address the query of delegates that are already posted in the chat box. So first query is from Meet Nayak. Is there any effect on the drug which are being loaded in formulation, and is there any effect on drug release after going into systemic circulation?
There could be, I don't know. So this is something we need to explore about. This is something, industry, the 3D printing companies, the clinicians, and the pharma, the people who design it, should all come together, and we should actually do it as a trial. And but we can always go into a failure mode effect analysis. We have a technique of I don't know whether you go about doing it in pharma or not. It's called as a failure mode effect analysis. That is speculative, probabilistic, discussion to come out with possible risk. Then you are going to give a kind of a rating of the risk, and then you mitigate it beforehand, before it occurs. That is done in the engineering industry. It's called failure mode effect analysis. That can be also done at the design stage. It can be done at the process stage. It can be done at the applications stage also. So it's a very interesting question what you are asking for. I don't have any answer for this, but I'm sure we need to. This is very important answer. We need to find out together. Because it needs. Because at the industry level we only know how to make it, okay, but we don't know how the drug actually works. We don't know the clinician side, what people find as a result. So we need to actually test this out. Interesting question. Thank you.
One more question is from Dr. Ramesh Parmar. He's asking asking for building implants, tissue and organs, what kind of material is used? Can you give some examples of the materials?
It has to be a biocompatible, bioimplantable material, which is not only sterilizable because it goes through a system, 3D printer and all that. Post build, it has to be sterilizable, number one. Number two, it has to be passive when it goes and remains with the live tissue, you know. So there are some things where materials which are time tested, like you have polymethyl methacrylate, PMMA. You have various types of ceramics, hydroxyapatite, and those compositions. You have metal like cobalt chrome. It's quite inert in the body. They use it for your dentures and all. And you also have the cranial implant and all that made up of titanium, stainless steel, different grades of stainless steel. And we have peak material, polyethane ethane ketone, which is also quite good. And depending on the application area and affordability, people go for various types of these. And when it comes to organs, people are actually taking the living cells, stem cells, they build a scaffold and place it. It's like a rock, a rack. On a rack, I'm going to place that. So what we can grow in a petri dish is going to give you a sheet. So if you are going to have it on a scaffold, it is going to grow on the scaffold. It gives a three-dimensionality to that growth. And people have problem with vascularization of this. Vascularization is something like, how can you get curds? Curds cannot be created. Man cannot create a curd. So you take a milk and you pour a little bit of curds. You're going to have something like, a growth of, transformation of milk into curds. Is that same way? We need to actually have a kind of activity that sets in to vascularize these cells. No doubt you can have a group of cells. You can keep them healthy in a hydrogel. But how do you keep on making it living? Because they have to take food, they have to digest, they have to also excrete. It's a cell which is living. And there is a kind of, it is not a mixture of chemicals, it is a living thing. A seed, I cannot powder it again, 3D print it and try to put it in a soil and expect it to grow. It doesn't happen. Why? Because that's where God, we need to discover. Still a long way to go. Maybe it's going to be available tomorrow. We don't know. And so bioprinting is somewhere, a lot of people are working on it. I say Professor Ravi is also there in the conference. So he is going to shed a lot of work going on at NIT Warangal and all. So I think he'll clarify some of these doubts. But yes, there are a lot of material available. Bioinks are available. I was not ready with all these things, but there are a lot of biomaterial and bioinks are available today. A whole range of them. People are toying with that. If at all it comes, it will be first edible meat, then organs for drug efficacy testing, and then implants. Long way to go. Long way to go. Okay. Hope I answered your question.
One more question is from Dr. Lalji Baldania, sir. Which are the suitable material used for biocompatible 3D printed pharmaceutical formulations?
There are many. It is same material what you use in pharmaceutical, because in engineering, we have something called photopolymer. So photopolymer is a monomer liquid with photoinitiators and all inside. They become solid because the impingement of laser. Laser here, it can be laser, it can be heat also. It is an energy. The energy is H nu that is given, and it brings about the cross linkage. And suppose I have it with active ingredients, and these are good for edible. Then we can as well use them. So edibility is a very important thing. It can be a gel which can be consumed. So the one of the thing is the binder, the active ingredients, whatever you use in the compositions of drugs, same things will play, but you need to also make it 3D printer friendly. The technology, whether it is a powder based with laser binder, or a powder based with a glue which is going to bind it, or you make it into a filament and deposit, all these kinds of things, compatibility is important. What happens to the drug when it is hot, extruded and molten? Will the effect of the so-called medicinal the effect goes away, or the biocompatibility goes away? Which is also another issue. What happens to the net result after it is deposited? What happens? And that is very important. So people have done a lot of research in this area. Quite a few papers are available. I can share, and you can search. They're all available. So people all over the world are trying to print drugs, and in all possible, from bad photopolymerization to selective laser sintering to binder jetting to all this. Even on drop on demand, there is another technology. People are trying to synthesize drugs. So in a way, I can say this is the state of art now. Hope I've answered your question.
Okay, one more similar kind of question is from Kandar Thakkar. Sir, implants are usually made from silicone. Is it possible to do the same with the 3D printers?
Silicon, yes, people have tried, various material, including silicon. People have tried. There is a silicon 3D printer also available today, medical grade. I don't remember the company, but I've seen it. It is available. If you search for it, you will be getting. It is good for a particular soft tissue, the breast surgery and all, breast augmentation. When you don't have to go for, so these are all under trials right now. In fact, today I have a talk on surgical oncology in the evening. It is another international conference where I'll be talking about those case studies. Yes.
Okay, one more question is from Sharif. Are the organs printed by 3D printers are permanent or have to be replaced after a specific period of time?
Well, there are different types actually. For children, they tend to change it because they have a growth. So, child which is growing, you have any stunt inside or a bone implant. Sometimes they have to have a revision surgeries. For adults, we don't have growth, so it largely is not required. And until it ages and there is a life cycle is gone and you need to replace it. For adults, that is the case. And many times implants go on for entire life cycle and beyond. So very interesting in the Western world, when people go for crematorium and they find a lot of there is one article written by somebody. The interesting artifact he found in the electric crematorium. It was also about the bone implants and diamond jewelry or whatever people have. So it lives beyond one's life also. That's the type of thing. So life is there. And when it comes to some of them, like a bone scaffold, you want a scaffold to be there. You have osteointegration done properly, and you want to have this whole thing calcified. And so those implants are also available. Today we have materials which are like bioabsorbables. That is the beauty of this. Bioabsorbable material is available today. A company called Evonik, has done a lot of work in that area, and interesting. So we need to look at those new developments every day. Every day I'm really overwhelmed by the kind of literature, research going on all over the world, and it's a kind of ever-changing landscape. Really, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rao. to address the query of all the delegates. I'm sure all the delegates are satisfied with their queries now. So, thank you very much again, Dr.
Thank
Guru
you.
Prasad Rao,
My
for
pleasure.
nice and informative session. I would request Dr. Ashish Kyara sir to felicitate Dr. Guru Prasad Rao sir with the certificate of appreciation. Ashish sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. One sec, sir. One sec.
I've come to your campus.
Yeah, sure, sir. Anytime, sir. You are most welcome.
I've come 4 years back, actually.
Okay. You have already visited the campus, sir?
Yeah, I've come. Yes. Very beautiful.
Ma'am, you conclude the session. I'll present the certificate at the end. Okay, it's open now.
Thank you. I'll sign off now.
No, sir. You wait, sir.
Sir,
Okay.
sir, let me present. Let me present, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Guru Prasad Rao sir. Thank you for nice and informative session.
My
Now,
pleasure.
I'm sure all the delegates now felt enriched with the knowledge in 3D printing technology and enjoyed the session so far. Okay. I would kindly request all the delegates to have a short break for lunch. And after having lunch break, we all will resemble here for expert station P by sharp 2 p.m.
Madam, you repeat that appreciation, certificate of appreciation thing.
Now it's visible, sir.
Yeah, it's visible.
Am I
Thank
audible,
you.
sir?
Yeah, audible,
Yes.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is the certificate for appreciation. Thank you very much, Dr. Guru Prasad Rao, for this nice and informative session. Again, I'm repeating, all the delegates are requested to come back for the expert session P by sharp 2 p.
Burman sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, now you please give me the rights for this one. Any desk?
Yes. 574.
574.
Hello.
Hello,
Sir.
sir.
Just let me start that. Okay. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Burman
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
You just gave me that permission to connect and have the access of desktop.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 574 153 591.
Yes, that I already have noticed it. Now you just
But it's
give
not
the acceptance.
that window is
That
not.
window is not
sir.
pop up, sir.
Okay.
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 Done, sir.
Done, sir.
Okay, let me check.
हेलो लालजी सर.
So now you, yes sir.
સર લાઈવ સ્ટ્રીમિંગ બંધ થઈ શકશે કારણ કે ઈ દેખાય છે હજી યુટ્યુબ ઉપર.
No, that we, you just minimize everything, sir.
Me, sir?
Burman, sir.
Yes, sir.
No. Now you just start this playing this video.
Which one? Which one?
Yes, this MU video.
Witness Marwari University,
Yeah, you can close this
a
prayer.
place where the library doesn't sleep until you do.
Yeah, you just keep this video
Playgrounds
in play
that
mode,
never tire
and that to
until
full
you
screen.
run out.
It is in
Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for
आपको
you.
कुछ करना नहीं है, मैं एनी डेस्क में से बाहर निकल जा रहा हूँ.
A faculty
इसको चलने
who is
दो,
your friend,
2 बजे तक.
philosopher, and a guide.
हाँ चल रहा है.
A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. A cell that nurtures and makes you the positivity ready. Witness the development. Classrooms that have it. Discover your true potential. Marwari University, who is your friend, discover you, and a guide.
हाँ चल रहा है.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs. 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू. आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है. मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है. मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं. अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी. ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है. क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं. डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी.
Marwari University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwari University. Discover you. World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwari University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwari University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwari University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University. A place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. hostels where you will find rooms for comfort, a placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready, classrooms that have its arms open for you, a faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide, a campus that is nothing less than a home for you, a university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort, a placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready, classrooms that have its arms open for you, a faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide, a campus that is nothing less than a home for you, a university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के जुगनू। आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. Discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwadi University. Discover a foundation for life.
जिसको तलाश है ज्ञान के उजाले की, उसी की आंखों में चमकते हैं उम्मीदों के चुपके।
अभी एक ही सेशन है क्या?
आग मेरे भीतर है और मुझे उसे रोशनी में बदलना है। मुझे ख्वाहिशों और ख्वाबों की जमीन बनानी है। मौकों और मुश्किलों के समंदर मेरे सामने लहरा रहे हैं। अब मैं खुद अपना जहाज हूं और खुद अपना जहाजी। ये शुरुआत मेरा अगला कदम है। क्योंकि सपनों के पंख यहीं बुने जाते हैं। डिस्कवर यू, मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Marwadi University, a place where the library doesn't sleep until you do. Playgrounds that never tire until you run out. Laboratories that continue to innovate with you. An amphitheater that encourages your talent when no one else does. Hostels where you will find rooms for comfort. A placement cell that nurtures and makes you future ready. Classrooms that have its arms open for you. A faculty who is your friend, philosopher, and a guide. A campus that is nothing less than a home for you. A university that will always be focused on your development, your growth, and your success. Feel the positivity. Witness the development. Discover your true potential. Marwadi University. discover you.
World-class infrastructure, diverse faculty, libraries and labs, 9,000 students from 31 countries enrolled in 32 courses. Join Marwari University. Discover a foundation for life.
Hello, Bhagyasri ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Welcome, Ravi sir. Ravi sir, welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I'm
Right,
good.
so yeah, sir, we'll be starting session within 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir.
चलेगा ना एक बार इसको एक बार इसको अपडेट कर देता हूँ ये बीच में फिर डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएगा ठीक है हाँ और कुछ लॉग आउट करना है फिर से चलेगा चलेगा हो जाएगा हो जाएगा हो जाएगा हो जाएगा ठीक है ठीक ठीक है ठीक है हाँ सर हाँ ठीक है ठीक है अभी स्टार्ट करें ना टाइम हो गया
How's situation there, sir? Ravi sir?
We are working from home.
Okay. So same thing we are also following because we have been denied entry to the campus because of these rising cases. So we all have to exercise precautions and have to do because in family right now I have positive cases in my family.
Okay.
So yeah, that is the thing because now according to this new trend, if one person in the family gets affected, then all the members will also contract the same infection.
Yeah, take care. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. Ravi Kumar sir has joined, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ravi Kumar sir, and welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon.
Yeah. So, sir, shall we start our session?
Yeah, sure.
Bhagyasri madam, you are requested to begin.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all. It's a wonderful day, and I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented in Bujko sponsor international webinar, Emerging Trend of the 3D Printing in Healthcare. I am Rathod Bhagyashree from Faculty of the Pharmacy, Marwadi University. I will be responsible for hosting this session. First, I would like to introduce today's honorable speaker, Dr. Y. Ravi Kumar. He is Associate Professor in Mechanical Engineering Department at National Institute of Technology, Warangal. He has obtained the BTech degree in Mechanical Engineering, ME in Computer Integrated Manufacturing, PhD in Mechanical Engineering, and postdoctoral research in 3D printing at Milwaukee School of Engineering, USA. He has published more than 70 research papers in national and international conference and the journal. He has filed 1 international patent and 2 Indian patent in the area of 3D printing. He has established the world-class metal 3D printing facility at NIT Warangal under the TAQIP 3 grant. He has conducted more than 15 training programs across the India, trained around 900 participants in the area of 3D printing. He has received the Young Engineer of the Year 2009 award from the Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Institute of Engineering. He has executed the sponsor R&D project worth is around 1.24 crore in the area of 3D printing. He is a life member of ISTE, IE, RPSS Society. Now, without further ado, we will turn the time over to Dr. Y. Ravi Kumar. So, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. A very good afternoon, one and all. Thank you for the opportunity given. So, I would like to thank the organizers given me this opportunity. Let me share my screen. Is my screen is visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very good afternoon. So, the title of the talk will be on the emerging trends of 3D printing in healthcare. So, I hope this is the third session of the first day. By this time, you might have already exposed to some of the 3D printing technologies and the applications of this 3D printing, in particular to healthcare. And coming to this session, so it will be on, so I'm going to cover, this is going to be the content of my presentation. So let us quickly introduce the medical 3D printing practice, and I'm going to share our experience with the clinicians on various case studies that we took along with the surgeons. So I'm going to discuss here the 6 case studies. So the first case study, it is in the area of craniofacial surgery, and how the 3D printing technology helpful for, say, performing these kind of surgeries whenever you have a complex surgery and which otherwise conventional or traditional surgical procedures may be having some difficulty, or in order to make the surgical procedure more simplified way and the more precise way, rather than, or more the safety aspects and more on customization part or the personalization part, as we know that 3D printing technology will give you the customized solution. So coming to medicine, of course, medicine, it's a more driven, customized driven or the personalized driven solution is needed every time. Why? Because each human being is unique in terms of anatomy, in terms of the physical structure or way how it will be, say, the form and the dimension. So it will differ from one to other, and definitely where you need to have a lot of customization involved in especially the in medicine. So then the 3D printing is the tool where you can make use of under the customizable situations. So that is the secret behind the 3D printing and the medicine is going together. So that is the reason. And we'll talk some of the craniofacial cases and dental cases and oral maxillofacial cases, how this technology is helpful either in terms of making you the 3D printable models maybe for surgical aid or surgical planning or maybe implantation, say designing and fabrication of implants. So my talk will be revolving on that aspect. And of course, the future direction is going to be undoubtedly the argon printing or a bioprinting. So far, maybe what I'm going to cover, my experience, that's mostly the replacement or the substitute of a bone. But you have beyond that, so like, which even this technology, some extent it has been proved also in terms of a simple organs or a simple tissues or the cells, like in terms of a blood cell or in terms of skin, in terms of bladders, people are already successfully printed and they could able to implant in the human body successfully. But still there will be a lot of challenges that it should be addressed once you talk about argon printing or bioprinting. So we'll focus on that challenging aspects maybe at the end. But my talk predominantly will be orienting towards this technology for the aid of the case studies that we have performed along with the surgeons, especially in oral maxillofacial, dental and cranioplasty. So that's what I'm going to discuss with you. So let us quickly see what is the introduction to medical 3D printing. So of course, the previous speakers might have given the introductory kind of things to their technology. So just in a nutshell, the technology so-called 3D printing is otherwise also called as additive manufacturing, but formerly it was named as a rapid prototyping. So you name this technology anyway, any one of these three, or even it can be more than that, digital manufacturing or whatever you call smart manufacturing, other names. But the idea here is so to make a physical product, so that is from a digital data. So that's the basic idea of this technology. So then we need to start our journey with a digital data. Of course, if we talk about mechanical engineering, where we used to have the CAD, computer-aided design tools, then where our journey will start to model or the design that particular product. That is the one way of getting the digital data. Of course, that is in case of engineering applications. And we do have a reverse engineering or scanning devices or digitizing devices where you have some physical object and that it should be get it digitized. So then you may use some digitizers or the digitizing devices or reverse engineering devices. Of course, we do use in engineering applications, and it can be even used in a medical applications also, the 3D digitizing technology. And of course, coming to the digital data that we come across in medicine, of course, you have the CT or a MRI scan data or any other digital form that you should have say gathered from the patient, or you should have say acquired from the patient body, or that data should be further processed, and finally it is getting printed. A physical model has been printed, so and then that model, which it has been derived from the patient specific. So for example, you take, this is a conjoined twins, that is the separation of this kind of conjoined twins. So definitely it's going to be the challenging task for the surgeon. So where you have some common neurons and the common cells. So then how do you get it detached without harming the patient? So then undoubtedly it's going to be the very complex surgery, so which normally the surgeons will come across. So then how this technology will make it simplified, the surgical procedure. So that is the thing where people are more inclined towards the medical applications of this technology. So let us quickly see the applications of 3D printing. So the majority share, that is the consumer products and the consumer electronics, 21.8%, and motor vehicle, that is automobile and automotive together, 18.6%. And of course, if you see the medical and dental contribution, the application wise, so it is 16.4, means it's almost on par with the automobile, that's the motor vehicle industry. So then one can know the importance of this technology. We should not ignore this technology under this application of medical and dental. So you may have other applications like aerospace and other applications. Like right now, we will be focusing on the medical aspects. So again, if you try to put it in a hype cycle, or the more famous Gartner cycle, so that is expectations on y-axis and time on the x-axis. If you try to place these applications of the 3D printing onto this say curve, you try to fit then where you have the technology triggered stage to the plateau of productivity. So that is the up to the production stage. And if you try to see the initial application called prototyping was it is almost touching to the productivity stage. It's more matured right now. And then you have a non-critical aerospace applications. And among the medical people, orthopedicians or the early users of this technology, basically for the replacement of bones or the joints. So then now still orthopedic applications are finding much attention, and even coming to the dental applications, that is more expected or more what you call it, the peak stage, that is peak of expectations. And bioprinting and organ printing, otherwise known as, so that is the technology just it got triggered. So then it has to have a long way to go to reach here up to the productivity stage. But as of now, it may be at the research phase or at the initial stage. When you talk about printing of organs, so that's going to be the long way to go up to here. So then at least 15, 20 years maybe. So you will get a certain level of maturity of this technology. That is, I'm talking about only the printing of organs. But printing of the models, implants, or the prosthetics, so that people have been using it. So that's not a big deal. But bioprinting or organ printing is going to be very challenging as of now. Maybe we can expect a lot of breakthroughs in the future. So let us start like how this technology getting started. So as we know that you do have the X-rays in the diagnostic or your the scanning modalities. If you talk about, you do have X-rays that is before the computers and after the computers. So you do have computed tomography called CT or a magnetic resonance imaging called MRI. So where you need to you have the computer or a digital backup of the images. You can collect as many as you can right from the chin to the head. Like say you can even say capture these images, and you have the computer backup for that, and further you can process that data either in terms of a bone, hard tissues, or a soft tissues, or whatever your region of interest. So then of course the CT or MRI scan data is going to be the start point of this medical 3D printing technology. So then once you get this two-dimensional images, so then it should be further processed into a three-dimensional models or volumetric models. So then further you can take the region of interest from that. Say you might have collected a chest CT of a patient, and then at that point of at one point of time you may be interested to study the ribs region, or maybe lungs region, or maybe spine region. But your medical image processing softwares will have you a kind of opportunity. You can segregate, or you can threshold it as for your region of interest or a tissue of interest. So it may consist of a combination of soft tissue, hard tissue, and then which you may be interested in a particular tissue or the organ. So then making use of this medical image processing software, so then you can pick your region of interest. So that's going to be the start point of your medical 3D printing technology. So then once you get that CAD model, or your three-dimensional model or volumetric data, which it has been, say, reconstructed from the CT or MRI images, so then further it can be say integrated with the computer-aided design systems, or vice versa. Like if you want to say take the data or transport the data, or transfer the data from the CAD system to the medical image processing systems, or vice versa, like where you can you even do that. Or sometimes we need to do some simulation of the surgery, so then we can so that is based on the patient specific data which you have collected, and you need to do some kind of simulation. Then you can do that, and then you do have a 3D computer models that it can be further integrated. Or sometimes we do a finite element analysis for the checking of the loads, or the failure of the implants, or the bones, or wherever you're targeting it. Or sometimes it may be a CFD analysis, like you want to analyze the blood flow or any body fluids that should then it can be further integrated with the patient specific data. Or even one step ahead, if you want to make a physical model which it has been collected from the patient specific data, and then further it can be physically fabricated, and then make use of that for surgical planning, or surgical treatment, or prosthetic design, or implant design, or a medical device, or some kind of templates. Or we can make use of that model as you wish, right? So that is the thing. And then sometimes you design some implant or a prosthetic, then you want to validate that, so then you can do that stuff. The basic idea is to integrate your patient specific data to this kind of either a CAD system or FEA system, or any sort of even virtual reality system, so or augmented reality systems, and of course physical model which it can be directly printed through 3D printing technology, right? And then you can find several CAD or the medical image processing softwares that can perform these jobs. Maybe integrating your say images, your CT scan or MRI scan, or any sort for that digital data. Then you can come across several medical image processing software for that matter. So we do use a software called Mimics from the Materialize, and you do have other softwares like 3D Doctor or Simpleware and other softwares. And even you can find some open source softwares like which you can get as a free of cost. So that is 3D Slicer. So it can capable of doing a basic level say tools, then you can make use of that. So even you have open source softwares also for that matter. So then you can make use of these medical image processing softwares to integrate your the digital data which it has been acquired from the patient specific to your application. and still, why you are looking for a physical model, though you have a virtual model or a computer generated model which it has been reconstructed from the patient specific data, but why you are looking a physical model? So definitely a physical model is a physical model which it can have a feel, right? So then which we can communicate very easily. Why? Because if you take this model, so where a patient is needed to design an implant, so that is going to be the zygomatic portion, and as well it is also covering the orbital rim portion of the patient. So then at least the surgeons that so it consists of, so we need to so involve an ophthalmologist here to right placement of the eyeball into this orbital rim that you have been designed and fabricated, and of course the oral maxillofacial surgeon and things like that, right? So at least you have a different surgical specialized people must be involved during the surgery. Once you have this kind of physical models, and even we can educate the patient very well, like what we are going to do, and so you can counsel or you can educate them. That's what we are going to do. So you have several advantages of the physical models once you say fabricate through 3D printing technology. So you have a better communication among the surgical teams, and you can educate the patient as well. And you can even make use of this for the say surgical or a diagnostic planning, where you can use these models for planning the surgery and for the diagnostic purposes. And even you can do a rehearsal on these models, and you can do the simulation, and you can come out with the best surgical procedure that never been, right? So that is an opportunity here which you are doing a rehearsal on this, and which you can come out with a innovative surgical procedure also, right? So that's the based on these patient specific requirement or the condition. So then based on that you are going to do that. And even you can create the customized prosthetics that is as for the patient say anatomy or his requirement, right? And then you can accurately place the implant. So then that's the another advantage once you have the physical model with you. So that is through 3D printing. So you can directly print this digital data directly without writing any code in case of a CNC or any other machining practice. So normally people use some NC, CNC machines, but where you need to do a lot of programming. And then once the complexity, the driving force here is the complexity. So the human anatomy is supposed to be the complex design in the universe. Why? Because it's a God's design. So it's going to be a complexity is the drive force here, the 3D printing, and as well as the customization. So these are the two driving forces, and as well it is quite applicable for medical scenario. So then what is a general surgical procedure that you come across the medical 3D printing? Just now we have discussed, like it should start with the CT or MRI scanned images that has been collected from the patient's body, and then further these images so can be reconstructed by using the medical image processing softwares, and which it can be saved it as the 3D printable understandable file format. Typically it is STL or AMF or a 3MF file format, so that the machine can understand that say for example this may be a DICOM image that you have been collected from the CT data, and then it has been transferred or it has been converted into an STL file. That format is recognized by the printer. So then once you transfer that data to the software which is interfaced with the machine, the 3D printer, and then where basically it will work with the layer wise fabrication. So it will slice the entire model into layers, and that sliced data will be sent it to the machine. So where your digital slicing is done here, based on that codes, your machine, the 3D printer is going to physically replicate that layers, one layer upon other layer. So I think the earlier speaker might have discussed about the various technologies. So you may have a powder based system, or you may have the filament based system, or even it can be a bio a collagen, like, or a natural material which has been derived from the patient body. It can be a living cell, or it can be a stem cell. So it can be such sort, like it can be as a synthetic material, or even it can be a natural material, though in that case, say, then you are we need to say get the product, so based on that data, which the geometry or the cross section that you have already generated in the computer, so it is getting replicated here physically, one layer upon other layer, by using various energy sources. For that matter, it may be a jetting technology, or it may be a laser technology, or it may be a heat source, or it can be a glue based say technology. So then you can make use of any sort of technology here. So, and then finally you are going to say regenerate your the model. So that is where you have say collected the data from the patient. It may be a skull, or it may be artificial limb that it has been scanned, and further it has been printed. So then take that model and make use of that model for your surgical usage, clinical usage, or even a drug delivery purposes. So then you can make use of that product, the output for your required things, right? So this is a nutshell, like where we were 3D printing, and the general step-by-step procedure that has been involved in the medical 3D printing practice. So then when you talk about the applications, just now we discussed, like it can be an implant. So that implant can be a chest implant, or a spinal wedge, or a spinal cage, or even it can be a bone, or a joint, finger joint, or everywhere, wherever you have a joint or a bone, or so then it can be say the beauty here is you are going to mimic the bone, say the bone density of a particular patient, so it may be if you see the closely observe the bone structure, it is not the solid one, which it has a porosity, like it have some porosity, porous in nature. So then how do you get mimic this data, and then as for the patient anatomy, your 3D printing technology is going to exactly mimic that say anatomy, either it can be a bone, or either it can be a tissue, or it can be an organ. So then you do have different biocompatible materials for that matter. So your 3D printing technology will nowadays support a lot of biomedical options, biomaterial options. So companies like Anatomics or Jimmers or Stryker, you do have, these are the say globally the manufacturers of this medical implants. So then the beauty here is that the customization or the personalization, that is the driving force here, like where you can do that, and even you can do any complex surgery. A pediatrics heart surgeon can perform a surgery with a great confidence before going to the operation theater. Even he can say take a MRI scan of the patient, maybe a kid, maybe of months or a day's baby, and where he's going to operate a complex surgical say a heart surgery. A pediatric heart surgeon can make use of these models for even nowadays these are FDA approved models, as well software systems, or as well the material as such, as a product as such. So the regulators is coming forward with giving us certifications for that. So that is another aspect, like where nowadays this technology is quite popular. So but still it is not up to the mark, like countries like India, like still we need to adopt, or it should be the part of our surgical treatment. It's more or like say it may be an insurance part, or like say you talk about how this technology can further be taken into the next level, but still there will be some policy decisions or the policy matters has to be further explored. Country like India, but anyway, so people are maybe using this technology in India also nowadays is quite popular, and then which we can even further explore. That's my say observation. Then orthopedic casts can also be made very lightweighted. So lightweighting is the again the driving force for the 3D printing technology. Why? Because which we can see this is a lattice structure or a bionic structure, right? Which it has been inspired from the say the biology, the cell biology, and which is almost now it is making more lightweighting of the orthopedic casts that you do design by using any software, but our goal is to fabricate finally, right? To manufacture it, this, but the manufacturing or fabrication of these complex lattice structures or the bionic or nature inspired designs. So definitely 3D printing is a one technology. It's a free of cost. The complexity is a free of cost here. We can put it in that way. So which you can easily make this kind of fabricate this kind of lightweighting structures. So either it can be an orthopedic cast for that matter, or even it can be an aerospace application for lightweighting of the payload of aircraft. But it can be quite similar application in medicine to make lightweighting of the structures. But even last but not the least, of course, we do use this technology for the drug delivery systems. Like it can be, we can more personalize these pills, right, as for the patient requirement, which it can be quite, say, good for a drug delivery system where you can make use of this technology. Personalization or customization is the driving force where you can make use of this advantage of that technology, right? So that aspect. And then coming to the today's talk, I will be concentrating on the three areas, that is dental implants, cranioplasty implants, and maxillofacial surgeries. And even it can be used for the orthopedic surgeons, maybe total hip replacement has been done, and even biomedical devices can also be fabricated, designed, fabricated, and biosensors can also be biomems devices, microfluidic devices for bioseparation and bio processing, and augment tangible molecular models for research and education purpose, or maybe some anatomy classes. Then even you can make use of these technologies, or maybe DNA studies, or maybe it can be say you can make use of this technology for such kind of studies or the research and education or anatomy class or whatever, wherever it can be applicable. So then you have a huge potential to work on this in all aspects, or in all the domains, or again in the medicine, dental, medical, in such as a medicine. So you have a huge potential to tap this technology. So let us focus on our discussion. Like the first case study, it is a cranioplasty case study. So we have designed, modeled, and analyzed for the cranium implant. So we collected the data from the DICOM images from the say radiologist and who needs an implant for his cranial portion. So and the biggest advantage of 3D printing, as we understood, that we are going to mimic or we are going to customize the implant, that is as for the skull or the native bone that the patient is having, we want to retain that dimension, and then we need to get what you call the fitment of the implant is very important here. How closely you can, the tolerances that you're going to maintain here, and this thickness of the skull is not uniform, as we know that. So then considering all these things, and then making use of these say softwares, so then we can able to say design this implant as for the patient specific implant. So then further you can fabricate this, and initially with a polymer based desktop printers, and further it can be printed onto a metal or any biocompatible material that it will work for that matter. So then and cerebrospinal fluid, as we know that that is another challenge here. So if you are not fitting this implant, then there will be a chance of leakage of cerebrospinal fluid. So then that is also making a challenge for designing this kind of craniofacial implants. And then sometimes it may be asymmetric defect. So means like in the software you can make use of the mirroring option by say copying the survived portion to the defect side, so you can exactly copy mirror image taking that, and you can do that. But if it is beyond the midline deformation, or more or less it will become an asymmetric deformation of the defect, so in that case we need to do a kind of say software which we need to develop our own algorithms to do for that matter, and then which we have been developing such kind of algorithms to fit this kind of surfaces. And another thing is the fixation points, the location of the fixation points. So the implant is finally it is getting fixed onto the patient skull, and then your the cerebrospinal fluid pressure should be uniform. That should be taken into consideration, and which it should not be non-uniform, or like say for that matter, like the location of the fixation points is also important, and where you can maintain the uniform pressure of the body fluid. So for that matter, and then we do analyze different materials for that. Like PEEK, that is polyether either ketone, or PMMA, that is polymethyl methacrylate, and under metal titanium 64 is considered for the study for the stress and the deformations as far as is concerned. And then finally, which we should print it into an implant. So initially we printed as a prototype. So this is a one where the 3D printing playing a vital role here to fabricate this kind of a sandwich structure basically, right? So you do have say outer bone will be having a different thickness, maybe around 1 mm, or the inner one, and the outer may be relatively less thick, maybe around 0.5, 0.6 mm, and in between you have a porous bone structure, right? So then with 3D printing only you can able to print in a single go with a combination of sandwich structure. So otherwise you cannot do it in a conventional fabrication techniques. In this way, where 3D printing is helpful for making this kind of customized implants for patient specific requirements, right? And then even the dental surgeon or the dentist can also be used this technology for the right placement of the implant. What do you mean by a right placement of the implant? So as we know that in a traditional surgical procedure, what they do, they will take an impression, or they will collect an dental cast, right? Say they will take a denture, the impression through the mouth impression, they will collect on the plaster of plaster material, and so with that plaster casts that traditionally they do, so you cannot get the bone, the nerve information. The nerve is there inside the bone. So with the impression, the plaster cast, you can get only the outer surface information, but you never get the root canal or the inferior alveolar nerve information. So then once you're not having the idea of that now, and then he may be under drilled or he may be over drilled. So there will be chances of damaging this, say, nerve, right? So for that matter, where you can say 3D print these models that it has been collected from the patient CT data, and further it has been printed onto the 3D printer, and then they can do a mock surgery on these models, right? So they can come out with the kind of say conclusion that what could be the drill diameter, and then what is the size of the say implant diameter, the orientation, the length of the drill, that so the all that stuff. So they can do it on that biomodels, and straight away they can say based on that feedback on the biomodels or the mock surgery they have performed based on the patient specific data, and which directly they can make use of that specifications of that implant, or even 3D printed metal implants as for this patient requirement. It has been printed and it has been fixed unto the during the surgery. So this is another way where the dentists can make use of this technology for the placement of the implant. And even it can be used for an oral maxillofacial surgeon for the surgery called distraction osteogenesis procedure. Typically, so you come across a distractor can be used to so guiding the bone growth as such. So then you can design and fabricate your distractor based on the patient specific condition, right? So that is the thing. And which you can see this girl. So she had an abnormality here, which you can see the abnormality as far as the asymmetricity on her face, the abnormal growth of the bone that is at the lower jaw, that is a mandible, and the normal opening of the mouth is not happening because of that defect, and which we can see in the other orientation. And then the CT has been collected, and further it has been say processed in the mimic software for converting that images into 3D models, and further it has been printed on the so before printing that, like say this distractor. So this is what I'm talking about, as you may come across the distraction osteogenesis procedure. Like they make use of this distractor, and then they will cut and leave the bone to stretch forward this bone, so that this will help to guide this bone growth of the patient. That's what, and this will be based on the calculation, the vector calculations that's based on the patient models that has been collected from the patient. And this is what where I'm talking about, like where you can see that it should be twisted on the other side, and otherwise the normal patient must have a semicircular arch shape here, and the ramus height also, which you have the deviation from the normal or the healthy side to the defect one, where we need to stretch this ramus further and in such a way that we can get the asymmetricity of the patient bone. So for that matter, which we need to twist it and we need to stretch it, right? And then those kind of things, that is based on this patient specific requirement, which we can design the device, and further it can be used for the pre-planning of the surgery before the surgery and after the surgery. So which we can see this distractor, this is screw kind of a distractor, and you can still find some abnormality, right? Still, yeah, you are correct. Why? Because the bone growth will be there. She is 8-9-year-old girl, but that up to teenage the bone growth is there. Then that's what it has been overcorrected, and final revision of the surgery will be done once she turns into 19 years of age. So this is what 3D printing technology is helpful for these kind of surgical procedures. And even it can be another case study. This case study is a cancerous bone reconstruction case study. That is this ameloblastic fibroma of mandible. That's what you call that. So this is the Greek and Latin. Normally you come across these words, the medical terms. That basically, which we need to do a reconstruction surgery. That is a cancer patient, or because of that fibroma of mandible, which you can see. This is what I'm talking about, which it should be cut, and then we need to augment with an implant or some bone grafting if you go with the conventional weather, or they may use some plate, steel plate will be used. So that's typical surgical procedure. But how the 3D printing is helpful for this case. So that is the our talk, or our focus will be towards this 3D printing technology, how it will be helpful for this case. Yeah. So again, we to start with taking a CT data of the patient, and then say this portion should be removed, how much portion it should be removed, and we can take the mirroring option. We can copy the survived to the defect side, and we can do that designing stuff and designing this implant, and then how much portion it should be removed, and you can make the biomodel further. This is the design stuff, and then further it has been printed to a 3D printer, and where it should be removed this, right? So, and then once you have removed that, and we need to design an implant that is a patient specific implant that it's going to be, and which we need to relieve the now relieving option, right? You have that alveolar inferior now that will come from this condyle portion, and it will go like this, and again it will come, it will touch this mental foramen, and it will come from the other side of the condyle. So then we need to retain that now relieving capability also through this implant. And this implant, even you can make it more realistic, or you can make it as a lattice structure, which it is a bone the inspired, or rather than the porous, you can make more porous thing. We need to maintain the osteo integration between your bone and the implant, so that can be another advantage of the 3D printing, rather than making a flat solid surface. Even you can go with the lattice inspired structure of the bone, which it can mimic the bone and bone anatomy of the patient, closer things which we can attain by using this technology, and further it can be printed, and then it is getting fixed. But we could not do implantation. This is our first experience. Like, we need to follow several regulations or ethical committee clearances. So normally you come across taking only the consent from the or declaration from the patient is not sufficient. Even then, at least what we have done for this case is we stuck there at getting the clearances or getting the certifications for that matter. But at least what we have done, we have supplied these models to the surgeon to plan these the conventional way of using these plates, the steel plates for fixing that, and further for doing a bone grafting, they have gone for that. So, and this is during the surgery, which they have removed this portion, and then they have, but still we have feedback from the surgeons, but still it is not a successful story. Why? Because bone grafting, definitely it is not the solution. Definitely you cannot attain that what you call the form, or the surface, or the dimensions, or that sort you cannot attain. But still, maybe definitely the implantation is going to be the solution for that. And then they're approaching us to even revisit the surgery by making use of this 3D printed implants. Why? Because we have successfully implanted after this case. So then with that experience, like now we are again revisiting this surgery to do that. But this is the next successful case which we have say implanted for the TMJ reconstruction, that is a temporomandibular joint ankylosis. It's basically, if you ask our oral maxillofacial surgeon, the TMJ surgery is going to be the very complex surgery. Why? Because we need to attain that joint, she had a problem by birth. She had the fusion of that joint on one side. So as we know that the joint should be no free, then only it will be freely articulated your jaw. So but by birth she had the fusion of that joint on the one side. So that is the big challenge for a oral maxillofacial surgeon to say release that fusion of that joint, and freshly we need to design. But luckily you have the survived side, so we can take the advantage of that design on the other side, and then we can copy it and we can retain that joint dimensions, form, and everything which we can say copy from the other side, the survived side. So then these are the CT images that we have collected, and of course this is again it goes in a two-level surgery, like the distraction osteogenesis procedure, as I explained previously also, like which we should brought forward, should we bring forward to this the lower jaw, and this is the initial condition, and once it got stretched forward on this point, and which you can see now it got set, it got aligned. So that is the 3D printed models are helpful for say coming out the design aspects of that device, and for the during the surgical during the surgery. So it has been implemented same stuff. And then and this is the before the surgery, and this is the after the surgery. And the major part left out is this should be, this is what I'm talking about, the TMJ should be reconstructed. So this should be first say release the fusion, like we need to then freshly we need to design this joint. So based on the other side, we took the help of the dimensions on the survived side, and which and basically it consists of three. The joint consists of three parts. Like you have on the maxilla side, you have this fossa component, and from the condyle portion, from the mandible side, you have the condyle portion, and these two will be fitting onto this fossa component. You have a zygomatic side, and you have, this is what I'm talking about, say, which you have disturbed that joint, and you have this zygomatic portion on the maxilla, and the condyle portion from the mandible, that's lower jaw, and you have this disc, and this is the complete the joint, or the assembly of this joint. So this is what and then finally this is the final implant that we made for this patient, and it should be fixed onto the patient say skull during the surgery. And we have designed a guide for that. So for ease of say fixing this implant onto the patient say bone, then we have designed the guide for that. And this is during the surgery. This is what once that the joint got released. She has been like that for 20 years. So then the first time she could able to open her mouth. So because of this fusion, then she could not even open the mouth 5 to 6 centimeters. That's typical one. And then whatever we designed, we fabricated that, which previous slide it was shown. Like it has been real-time surgery. It has been say now you can see the patient condition. Now she could able to open her mouth, normal opening, normal biting, normal chewing force. Now she could able to attain. Like that is after 20 years she had a better societal life. So she has been like that for the past 20 years. Then the technology like this sort will make these complex surgeries very simplified manner, right? So like that we can make use of these technologies. And then last case I'm going to discuss here, it is a basal osseointegrated implant. So this is an accident case. So the idea of the 3D printing here is the standard sized implants are not worked out for this patient. Why? Because he lost the 5 teeth in an accident, and he lost the bone also. You don't have a proper support here to fix the conventional implants. But we need to design an indigenous implant for this case that is as personalized to this patient requirement. So that's what where 3D printing play a vital role. So then that too, it is an asymmetric fracture. It is not a symmetric fracture. So it's an accident. We don't know how it's going to broke is a bone. But and then we have done FEM analysis for the checking of the failure of this maximum load conditions of this implant. And then initially we done on the polymer based 3D printer and then checking for the fitment of that implant and how it is getting, say the entire mock surgery has been performed on this polymer printed parts, and this is the metal implant. It has been printed into the metal 3D printed as titanium 64 the material used, and this is support structure. And after removing the supports and after performing autoclave and sorts of sterilization and as per the FDA say regulations, and then finally it has been implanted into the patient mouth, which you can see this is during the surgery. This implant has been fixed, and then top of that, so the 4 teeth, but at least 4 teeth has been accommodated here, and this is the placement of the implant. So that is with the X-ray, post surgical X-ray, which you can see this is the placement of the implant. So like that, still we can find several cases where the conventional surgical procedures may not be helpful for performing complex surgeries like tumors, abnormal growth of the tumors, or cleft cases by birth. You have some deformities or the cleft cases or some head injuries, and the conventional surgical procedures may not give better results, but definitely 3D printing technology will give you a better solution under these circumstances. And so far we are discussing only the replacement of the bone. Basically, the bone functionality is to carry the loads, or if it is a joint, you may have different kinds of loads it should carry. But if you are targeting the organ, but altogether it's a different story, right? So it has to retain the functionality of that particular organ, maybe heart, maybe lungs, maybe kidney, maybe liver, but it is not that much easy like whatever so far we are discussing, the replacement of the bone, joint, TMJ joint, or hip joint, or any sort of joint or a bone. But definitely organ printing is going to be the more challenging stuff, but still people could be able to manage some extent. We can put it in that way, but we'll see what is the organ printing is all about. So instead of taking a synthetic material, in case of 3D printing, so far we are discussing either a biocompatible material of a polymer or a ceramic or maybe metal, which is biocompatible in nature, but which you may take a cell, a living cell from the own patient body. So that's going to be the natural material, or maybe a blood cells, or maybe a stem cell, could be any living cell for that matter. So that's going to be the material, raw material here. And even it can be added some kind of stuff here to multiply these cells, or to add some nutritions or proteins or something like that. It should be further grown into a lab, or a cultivation should be done, right? So, and then finally it may be again putting back into the patient organ, maybe heart, maybe any other such sort, but the procedure remains same, right? Which we need to take from MRI scan data for a heart, and then to prepare a collagen, or to prepare your material that is as for the patient living cell, or by adding something to that, grow it and then cultivate it, and do some use some bioreactors to test that the mechanical properties or any such sort. And finally, if you are satisfied, and then again you can put back into the patient organ, right? That's either you replace, transplant, or repair, or what sort of thing which you are targeting at, so that can be done, right? So then what is an organ printing is all about? When we need to extract a cell from a patient own body, and then you combine with the some kind of soluble stuff, and then you can make cell cultivation, and then do, as I said, like you can do use some bioreactors or kind of stuff to test the mechanical properties or any bio or rheological or any sort, that whether it is as for, but still it is a challenging one, whether it can be as it can be acted, or the functionality wise as it can be on par with the native organ, but still that is the challenging stuff which we need to address. Several challenges in that direction, but see, people are successfully transplanted or bioprinted bladders, or even simple blood vessels. People have already succeeded. The skin is another organ or a tissue which you talk about. So people are succeeded, but still, if you are looking at the kind of kidney or the kind of complex organs like lungs, liver, heart, but still it long way to go. So to say come to a kind of a commercial adoption of this technology, but still it's a long way to go. But you can find a lot of breakthroughs are happening in this direction. So you can see the literature also. It's a quite interesting breakthroughs are happening in this direction. But still, we need to address several challenges. I do agree, but there will be a good move in this direction. So let me summarize what I have done for the past 1 hour. Like we have started with the medical scanning technologies. That's going to be the start point of this practice. Like either you talk about bioprinting, organ printing, or medical 3D printing as such. So we need to take the digital data as such as the input. Like you can take it from a CT, MRI, ultrasound, or any sort of say a kind of modality that you come across in the acquiring the data of a patient. So then that can be taken into a DICOM format, and then further that DICOM images can be imported into a medical image processing software to process that data, to supplement or to segregate the tissues as for your interest or your region of interest or organ of interest. So then we do processing of that images, and we do make a model which is ready, or digital model which is ready for the 3D printing machine that can be understood, right? So and then even sometimes you may be satisfied with the virtual models, not printing them, then okay, that's you can stop it there itself. You can make use of that virtual models, but a physical model is a physical model, which you have been talking about. You have touch, feel, and you have such kind of advantages over there. Like you can make use of diagnostic purposes. So that is a very beginning stage, or the first level of application where you can put it just for diagnosing or just for understanding the disease, or that's such sort of applications you can make use of these models simply by looking on the computer or seeing on the two-dimensional images. So definitely you have a better physical model with you in your hand, and then you can have a touch and feel, and you can better diagnose that, or even you can pre-plan the surgery. That's what through the real-time case studies which we have been talking about. So then you can very well plan the surgery before you go to the actual surgery. You can plan that pre-planning surgical models, or even for the implants you can customize as for the patient requirement. Either it can be implant or a prosthetic, can it be done same thing, or we do use this technology for the medical devices, so that can be implantable. It's a permanent implantable, or even it can be non-implantable, like some device, some kind of support, like maybe tool, jig, or template for assisting the surgery. or some elderly, or some kind of supportive devices like some arm braces, knee braces, or even I didn't talk about the COVID cases, but even it can be quite handy 3D printing in terms of making a customized PPEs, or even making a ventilator spare parts, or ventilator splitters, or even a diagnostic nasal swab or a oral swabs for rapid tests. So then even 3D printing is quite handy for that cases also. And finally, which we are talking about, the organ printing, bioprinting. So definitely that's going to be the, still we need to address several challenges in that direction. Yeah, then before close my talk, say I would like to acknowledge a few people here. So we cannot do this independently, right? We have a team of surgeons. So that is oral maxillofacial surgeons from Panniya Dental Sciences and Research Center at Hyderabad, Shekhar Reddy, Dr. Shekhar Reddy and Dr. Aditya Mohan. And from dental side, from Narayana Dental College, Nellore, Dr. P. Mahesh for the dental cases. And for the financial part, DST and SERB for the financial support. And last but not the least, my UG, PG and the PhD scholars who have involved in these surgeries, or in these cases I have presented here. So yeah, I have done from my side. It is over to you. Then definitely, if you have some questions, I am very much excited to answer these questions.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir, for your valuable insight on emerging trend of the 3D printing in healthcare by focusing on the various aspects. Yeah. For example, like an introduction of the medical 3D printing via using the different case study, like a cranial surgery, dental surgery, cancerous bone reconstruction, and also you give the idea related with the application of the medical 3D printing. And we feel this is a practical and theory-based session, and it was amazing. Thank you so much, sir. And so with that, we will go ahead and take some time for the question. And we already posted the question in chat box. But if you allow me, then I will be read those questions one by one. So shall I, sir?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So now, sir, here the first question from Ramesh Pamar, sir. Currently, is there any kind of the 3D printed product nowadays available in a market or used in a medical field?
Yeah, 3D printed product means implant maybe, or product in the sense, what, like, can it be elaborated? No, I'm not. If you could be able to talk, or, medical product is asking.
Yeah, yes, sir. Product.
Yeah, product. Yeah. In case of implant, if you take an implant, so that is a patient-specific implant, which we have used already 2 implants. That is a patient-specific implant. That's it's a product, right? Say, I don't know what exactly is looking for the product. So anyway, so if you take an implant, so it's a market in the sense, so which we need to make use of this technology as a tool, and based on the patient-specific data, we are making that device or the product. Right? So yes, means you can you have some commercial companies, they do supply this, but those are the standard implants. Normally, if you go to Jimmers, or if you go to Stryker, or if you go to say Anatomics, so then they may give only the standard size implants. But definitely, if you have a 3D printing technology, which you can even make a customized solution for that patient. Yeah, you can find this even nowadays. These companies also, they are making use of this technology to make customized solutions also. Yes, you have products, medical 3D printed products available. Yes, it's FDA approved. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. So now the second question is asked by the Shakil. It is affordable for all classes of the people?
Yeah, that's what actually. As far as cost is concerned, so definitely polymer printing is is very cheap. I can say in that way, but still metal printing is costly. I do agree. Why? Because the reasons are many. So the technological availability of this technology. So polymer technology is quite say right from this inception of this technology, that is early 90s. This technology has evolved late 80s and early 90s. So the polymer was all the initial patents which they filed on the polymer systems. They are slowly expiring. So that's what you can find the polymer printer even with a reasonable cost, maybe 30,000, 40,000 rupees. You can build your own printer, or you can buy a 3D printer of polymer printing nature, like polyamide, PLA, or that's polylactic acid, or ABS. So you can, those printing of the polymers is quite cheap now. But still, that is not the case for the metal, which I have been talking about, titanium 64 or cobalt chrome or stainless steel 316 grade. But still, it is of costly affair. So then definitely as of now, it is not affordable by the all the classes of the patients, the economical background of the patients. So that's what I put a word like. So the medical insurances also should come. They have to take some policy decision here. Like, so if it is covered in a medical policy, then it can be more. Anybody can afford. Say, if I have a medical policy, so in that policy it has been, this procedure has been covered, right? So then absolutely it may not be problem. So right as of now, the polymer printing is quite. It is not expensive as of now. But metal is expensive, I do agree. Yeah, but maybe over the period of time. So definitely metal is also, the patents of the metal 3D printing technology is also slowly it is getting expired. Maybe down the line 10 years, the major patents of the metal 3D printing technology is also getting expired. So the cost will come down.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope I answered this question.
Yes, sir. So, sir, now the next question is asked by the Hillary, right? So, it is advisable for the pregnant woman to be implanted with any 3D medical product, considering the health of the fetus?
That is a very interesting question. Actually, in that case, I'm not sure. Actually, we didn't try with any pregnant woman, but the kind of reaction, or I don't know, like how it is going to react with the body. But the thing is here, whatever we have been using it. So the material as such is a FDA approved materials, which it has been used. But pregnant women, I'm not sure any sort of reactions it may take place once it has been implanted. I'm not sure. But we didn't operate any pregnant woman, but we have operated the two cases as a one male patient and one female patient. And so far so good. Nothing has happened. We have used titanium 64 as a material, and we have printed on the metal 3D printing systems. So those are the two customized implants we have done. And so far we have done three cases. So far so good. Nothing has reported any complications or side effects or any other such sort. Yeah, madam. I hope I answered the question with my best knowledge.
So now the next.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely, sir. So now the next question is asked by Dr. Ashish Kada. How is the angiogenesis achieved in a bioprinted organ?
Can you repeat, madam?
Yes, sir. So how is the angiogenesis, the blood vessel growth, achieved in bioprinted organs?
Yeah, it's a quite interesting question. Actually, even I may not be qualified to answer that question, but definitely, it's that's what. Still, there will be several challenges that it should be addressed. But literature saying that maybe some blood vessels already has been implanted using a bioprinting technology, and bladders has been. But I'm not sure like how it is getting so influencing the growth of these vessels, blood vessels, or as such. Yeah, but definitely there will be a challenge. We cannot say that it's going to be as such as the native the blood vessel or the kind of native and versus if you talk about native cell versus 3D printed cell, but definitely there may be some gap. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely there should be some challenges further. It should be put forth to fill that gap. Yeah, definitely there will be challenges. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, sir, the last question from the IGA. Does the body immune system react toward these implants, and is not there any rejection from the body?
I think it may depends on the body conditions, but actually whatever we have been using it, so that is based on the FDA or any other regulator has given the certification of that material, and that should be 3D printable. So you have these constraints. So we are working under that constraints, but normally even if not 3D printing, if you compare with the conventional methods to do this, but definitely it may be definitely on par with the traditional methods, I'm sure. But only additional advantage with the conventional implantation, with the 3D printed implantation, is customization, complexity, the personalization of this as per the patient requirement. That is the driving force here. But I'm sure that definitely it will be on par with the traditional surgical procedures what they use for this case, and definitely it should be acceptable. But our experience, we have completed the implantation 3 cases so far. We have done first case 3 years ago, and 2 years we have done 2 more cases. But so far we don't have any complications from the patient. Still we have been following it up, those cases. But so far so good. Nothing has reported such kind of problems. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So now we're done with the question and answering session. Okay, sir. Thank you again for answering those questions and for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information.
Thank you.
So now, as a token of the gratitude and the appreciation, we would like to present a certificate to you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Ashish Kada to be present a certificate. Thank you, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information. I want to conclude this session. It was a pleasure to have you with us, sir, and it was an amazing session. And thank you all for attending. We hope you have learned and enjoyed this presentation. Stay safe, healthy, and stay at home. Protect you, your family, and the public. Hope you enjoy the today's session. So tomorrow we will be try to provide some more crispy session. So stay tuned with us for the tomorrow session on the given time. Thank you all.
आशीष सर बोल रहे हैं।
आशीष सर
क्या मैडम? यस सर, यस सर।
क्या सर डन करें यहाँ पे अभी कुछ?
हाँ नहीं, बस अभी कुछ बाकी नहीं है बस। हाँ तो वो मैडम को बोलना है ना। मैडम अभी डिसाइड कर रही है।
सर
ठहरो मेरा अभी आना बाकी है पिक्चर में।
अच्छा, आई